2, 1.
Good evening. This is a regular meeting of the Select Board for Tuesday, March 15th, 2022. The Select Board will be entering into executive session for the purposes of discussing litigation strategy regarding 5 Washington Street. We will reconvene in open session at the end of the executive session, which will approximately be 5:30 p.m. this evening. All those in favor of entering into executive session? Bernard?
Aye.
Raul?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Please lock the meeting.
Why don't
And
we have one more attendee, you could just make that.
for Tuesday, March 15th. Let's go into announcements and updates. I actually don't have any. Does anybody else? Miriam?
Yes, I just want to keep everyone updated about the ARPA subcommittee that John and I are.
Recording in progress.
I just want to keep everybody updated about the ARPA subcommittee that John and I are chairing together. We had our first meeting last Friday at 2 p.m. I think it went very well. We went over the whole process, and we will be meeting Fridays at 2 p.m. from now until we present the slate of potential proposals to the select board. There will be a public hearing April 11th from 7 to 9 p.m. We encourage folks to come and tell us what they think of the proposals. You will have 90 seconds and we will keep you to that Heather Hamilton style. And, and there is an email address for us, arpareview@brooklinemass.gov. So if you can't come, you can email us your comments, but please don't reach out individually to committee members to lobby individually. We're trying to keep everything really transparent. So an email that all the committee members can see, public comments at the hearing that everybody can access. That's really our goal. And if you want to get a tutorial on the process, please watch the video from last week's meeting. Anything else, John, that I'm missing? Great.
Great. Bernard?
Hi. Okay. I just want to give notice that I will be abstaining on the vote for the bond issue that will come up later. And the reason is primarily the inclusion of the Austin settlement money and other issues. As you know, because of an ethics commission ruling, I played no role in the settlement of that matter, and I did not vote to authorize bonds for it. I'm very uncomfortable about this for reasons I don't want to mention. Right now, but my concerns do include the town meeting was told during the debate by lawyers at big fancy law firms who opined with much certitude that if Brookline did not agree to the $11 million settlement, it would suffer a much larger jury award. Well, we have two local cases that bring those opinions into question. And I want to mention them just for the record. First, in Donna Gavin versus City of Boston, a jury verdict in this much more egregious case was just $2 million. And then Gilliam versus City of Newton, right next door to us, Newton agreed to a settlement of just $1.5 million. In this also much more egregious case that included the intentional and repeated use of the N-word and other slurs by white supervisors and others. I don't claim to be an expert on settlements and jury awards, even though I was a lawyer. But it looks like 186 town meeting members put more money on the tax levy with the Alston settlement than was necessary, given the cases that have just recently been adjudicated or settled. That's all. Thank you.
Mel? You'll have to unmute.
Thank you very much. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. I wanted to provide the board and the public an update on the police chief process. So the process for selecting a permanent chief of police is nearing its conclusion. As you know, the town has been very engaged in a competitive but confidential process evaluating both internal and external candidates for the position. The Police Executive Research Forum, or PERF, was retained to provide professional recruitment and consulting services for this process. PERF hosted community input sessions, targeted stakeholder group meetings, and online surveys to bring community involvement into an otherwise confidential hiring process. I have also used a panel of residents, including a select board member, to assist in the consideration of candidates. The search panel has concluded its work, and for the last couple of weeks, I have been spending hours with a group of final candidates to assess their qualifications and fit for the position. Clearly, it's a very competent group of candidates, and they all acknowledge the challenges of rebuilding our police department and working with the community to define police services and community involvement going forward. The Town Administrator Act allows the town administrator to limit the select board's consideration to a single candidate, and that is what I intend to do. As a result, once my final decision is made, background checks and other contingencies must be resolved so that the only remaining condition is the select board's vote of approval. Over the next few days, I will be finalizing the process with the intent of announcing my recommendation to the board next week. And I will continue to discuss the timing and process that the board will use to consider my recommendation with the chair. Thank you very much.
Oh, okay. John first. John.
Thanks, Heather. Just want to give a shout out on behalf.
John, you're frozen. And I'm telling you this even though you probably can't hear me. Go back. While we wait for John. John, you froze for just a little bit.
Yeah, I'm going to go off video. I hope that solves the problem.
Okay.
Better?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Unlike the Brookline Symphony, I have trouble, making music at these meetings sometimes. So they're having a concert on Saturday at All Saints Church. Pretty special. Cellist by the name of Peter Stumpf, who has ties to the LA Philharmonic, is going to be performing a Samuel Barber cello concerto. And then the orchestra is going to be performing everyone's favorite symphony at many times of year, but especially this time of year when we need messages of hope and renewal, Beethoven's Symphony No. 5. So I hope there are still tickets available. You can go to their website, Brookline Symphony website, and that's this Saturday at All Saints Church in Brookline at 8 p.m.
Great. Thank you for that share, John. Raul.
Thanks, Heather. I just wanted to take a minute to recognize we recently passed the 2-year anniversary of the declaration of a public health emergency in Massachusetts relative to COVID. And I just want to take a minute to thank my colleagues and staff for all that you all did to help us get through this. I was thinking about this, and from the very early days when everything was really scary, and us having to make decisions immediately on the fly and setting up the emergency operations center, and our public health director and his team trying to work with us to figure out what the right way to go was. We instituted a mask mandate very early on. I think that was really important. And more recently, we instituted a proof of vaccine mandate. And we've worked through that process, which, should we need it again, now we have a process by which we can do that in the future. We didn't always agree on everything. I remember some disagreements about shutting down construction. I think only Ben Franco was with me on that one. But overall, we actually worked together, I think, really well and got through it. We stood up the safety net fund and made it accessible and easy to use for everyone. We did social distancing. We expanded sidewalks, especially in highly trafficked areas, so people could feel more comfortable being out and about in public. We created a new outdoor dining program, and here we have this ARPA process with John and Miriam helping lead us through the final stages here of determining how we can best make investments in our community so that we can be a better community at the end of this. We don't always agree on everything here, and in fact, many things we don't agree on, but this is one area where I think we've worked really well together as a board, including John when he joined and Miriam when she joined. And I think the staff have been terrific in helping us navigate this. And I think the proof is in the pudding. You see that our community fared much better than a lot of other communities. And part of that has to do with things like demographics and income levels. And we can't forget about that. But even all those things considered, I think we weathered this storm really well. It ain't over. It's still with us. And I hope there's not some new variant that comes and puts us back to where we were. But I just want to take a minute to recognize all the work that the staff and the board did, and others in the community to help us get through this, and to say thanks to everybody.
Thank you. Any other comments before we go to public comment? Okay, let's go to public comment. I think we have at least one person who has said that he wants to speak. Raul?
Do it. Thank you for joining us for public comment. This is an opportunity for us to hear your perspective on the issues in Brookline that matter to you. We do have a few rules I'd like to share. Each person speaking tonight is limited to 3 minutes. You don't need to use the entire time, but you may if you like. Please refrain from personal attacks and from addressing personnel issues during your comments. Members of the public sometimes raise questions during public comment. We may be able to provide a quick answer to a question, but are more likely to work with staff and get a more thorough answer and respond over email. We'll let you know when you have 30 seconds remaining and when your time is up. Please conclude your remarks at that time. If you have more to say, you're welcome to send an email to board members expressing your thoughts in greater detail. Kate, who's first on our list?
I just promoted Tom Cates.
Hi, am I speaking now?
Yes, hi, Tom, you're all set to go.
Oh, great. Thank you. First of all, I appreciate the select board taking the time to listen to me. I just wanted to comment on the issue of the crane that may or may not be implemented at 5 Washington Street. I'm not sure if that was something you discussed in your executive session or not. But I wanted to just give a couple thoughts. First of all, I want to say I'm grateful to Commissioner Bennett for his involvement in this. It's actually been quite helpful to have some regulation and some authorities having something to say. I'm actually super grateful as well to the select board for being involved in this because this has been very helpful to have Brookline now involved in this, what's been a difficult process over there. And actually, I'm grateful to the developers and to the contractors who in the past couple of weeks have seemingly been far more responsive to what's been going on, although I suspect some of it has to do with the fact that we are, in fact, having some regulatory control over it. But there are two things I want to say. I'm still opposed to this, although even though I know the developers have reached out and I believe made some deals with some of the residents, which is, again, a good thing that I'm very happy about. But I feel that two issues really come up to me that make me feel overall this is still something that should be opposed. One is that this issue that the developer has used again and again, saying, if you don't do this, this will only take longer and it will be worse. And I know Select Board Member Green, you've asked about this before a lot of the time. Frankly, it feels a bit like extortion at this point, that it's always, we're either going to do this dynamiting, or if you don't allow us to do it, then this will take even longer and it'll be worse. So I feel that really is more, what they're saying is really more about, we need to get this done quickly because this is how we make money, and this is how it needs to move forward. And I want you to be aware of that. And the other thing that I think is important to note is that we're all here talking about it, and you've been dealing with this a lot. This is not a Brookline project. There's no swimming pool, community pools coming out of this. There's no school that's coming out of this. This is a Boston development for the benefit of private developers in Boston. And I'm not quite sure why Brookline has to bear, it's going to look like the seaport around here with this giant crane swinging over our heads. For what does Brookline gain out of this? And so those are the larger reasons that I oppose this. Again, with my gratitude towards the select board and even to the developers for now finally engaging with us. But I just don't see what the reason is. And I would lastly recommend that not only if you could either vote against it or maybe even just abstain from voting, because I would not be surprised if it takes a little bit longer, they'll find a way to put it in Boston. It's not clear to me that they've exhausted all the opportunities to put it, for example, on Corey Road. They've closed Corey Road down before. I'm not sure why they couldn't do it again. That's what I wanted to talk to the board about.
Thank you, Tom. Kate, anyone else?
We have 20 attendees and nobody is using the hand raise feature or used the chat to speak.
All right. Well, Heather, back to you.
Great. So let's move in. We will be discussing this issue further down on our agenda. But let's move into miscellaneous. So I will take the meeting minutes from March 8th separately from the rest of the miscellaneous agenda. Does anybody have any edits on those minutes? Otherwise, I will move approval for the meeting minutes from March 8th, 2022. All those in favor, Bernard?
Aye.
Raul?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. The rest of the miscellaneous agenda, authorization for the chair to sign a rent regulatory agreement for 4 affordable units developed under the town's inclusionary zoning requirement. Awarding of contract for the Brookline High School third floor classroom and quad renovations to Lambrian Construction Corp. Of Canton, Massachusetts, in the amount of $8,482,000. Approving the following budget transfer request with the Information Technology Department in the total amount of $95,000. From an IT applications to permanent full-time, $45,000, and IT applications to professional and technical services, $45,000, IT applications to permanent full-time, $25,000, same for data processing supplies, $25,000, IT applications to permanent full-time, $25,000, IT applications to education training conferences, $25,000. Approving the authorization to hire request for the following positions in the Department of Public Works. Motor equipment operator, grade 2 for the Water and Sewer Division. Transportation assistant, Engineering and Transportation Division. Yes. Conservation assistant, Parks and Open Space Division. Approving the authorization to hire request for a planning zoning coordinator in the regulatory division of the Planning and Community Development Department. Nope, that was a separate agenda item. I'm sorry. We ended at the authorization to hire requests for the Conservation Assistant, Parks and Open Space Division. All those in favor, any questions before I move to vote? Otherwise, I will call the roll. All those in favor of moving the miscellaneous agenda items, please say aye. Bernard?
Aye.
Raul?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Okay, so now, question of approving the authorization to hire request for a planner. Is this supposed to be a separate agenda item? I'm a little confused. Maybe that was actually part of the
Yes,
consent.
this is intended, it's 6F. It's intended to be part of the miscellaneous approvals.
Okay, my apologies. That was just a little, and is the next agenda item the sale of bonds? Because I don't
Correct.
see a 7. Okay. So Justin Casanova Davis.
Hello, good evening. Justin Casanova Davis, Acting Finance Director. I'm here to discuss the bond sale and get the board's approval. In conjunction with the town's bond sale that took place on March 2nd, the town was notified by Moody's that we retained our AAA bond rating. As I said, this sale took place on March 2nd. 6 bids were received, and the lowest bidder was Fidelity Capital Markets with an average interest rate of 1.728%. That's a notable rate because, including your pack, you'll see our past 6 sales, that is the lowest interest rate that we had in the past 6 sales. So very pleased with that. The town received a $3.44 million premium, which was applied to the bond costs and all the projects to reduce the principal. The issues that were a part of the general obligation bond were the Alston settlement, the Driscoll School ground source heat pump, the Robinson and Murphy playground improvements, building roof repairs, and building envelope repairs. Also, prior to issuing the bonds, we analyzed our debt portfolio, and we've found opportunities to refund our bonds, particularly the bond issue in 2012 for the Runkle School, Key School, and golf course. We had a savings of about 5.43%. The industry standard is about 3%, and that's going to save over the length of term, 10 years, about $337,000. Also, in conjunction with that, the town sold $4.8 million in bond anticipation notes. 5 bids were received. The lowest bidder was Oppenheimer and Co. LLC with a net interest cost of 0.989%. The band will go to pay for the Oak Street acquisition costs You'll notice that it's $3.03 million. We applied the proceeds from the sale of the first condo. And unfortunately, I checked with bond counsel. We have to do this band sale, and then we'll apply the proceeds from the sale of the rest of the remaining Oak Street properties for that band. And then it also includes $1.83 million for the Pierce Elementary School. So I am requesting that the select board approve the general obligation bonds. Also checked with bond counsel. You do not have to read that entire vote. You can just reference what's in your packet.
Thank you for double checking that.
Yeah.
Any questions from select board members? John?
Quick question. Just help me to understand, have we now proceeded to the second of the two Oak Street houses, or are we still talking about the first one that we're selling?
For tonight, I think on your board is your second and third, I believe. No.
Oh, okay, great, great. Thank you.
Yes, so what Justin said was that they used the proceeds from that first sale towards, what is it, decreasing
Yes.
some
So
of the debt.
the first band was about $4.876 million. And so we used the sale proceeds to pay that down. So that's all set. And then we'll use the remaining proceeds to pay down the 3.03 that's left.
Okay. Bernard?
Yeah, just a small matter. Thank you, Justin, for the hard work you've done. I've read through the bond documents, and except for my concern with that one issue, it's a great job, great price, etc. Can I ask just one favor going forward? And that is, first of all, we're signing these bond documents as part of the closing. A few weeks ago, the bonds are actually sold, and the preliminary official statement was issued. In the future, could you let us know before the sale of the bonds and provide us with a preliminary official statement to sort of gear up to the time when we have to sign everything after everything has been completed?
Definitely. We can do
I
that.
think that, board members have potential liability that can be scary as hell. And while we don't expect board members to read all those documents, I think it's good to make them available so that they can go through and consult with you or anyone else or bond counsel to make sure that we're comfortable with the disclosure that we make in those documents, as well as just the general structure of the deal. So.
Yeah, Bernard, I definitely can do that. I looked at our previous backup items, and I try to add some more than what we've done previously, but I will definitely make sure when we get a preliminary official statement, I will forward that to the board.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments? I have one, and I don't know whether or not to bring it up right now or bring it up when we go on to our next agenda item. So maybe what I'll do is I'll say it now and maybe say it again for effect when we talk about the next Oak Street condo sale. The first time that we voted on selling the one of the Oak Street properties, a lot of people think that we should not sell them and that they are already paid for, so we should, find a way to use it. But it is, in my opinion, and I think that this is a fair description or analogy, it is like paying for something very expensive on a credit card, not paying the balance off at the end of the month, paying the interest on that, and then saying, "Oh, well, I've already paid for it," even though it's fictional money that it has not actually been paid for and is accumulating more cost. So getting these off of our books is a financially prudent thing that will allow us to take on other things that we want to do with our public money. Miriam.
And I'm just going to remind everybody, when we talked about this last time, the cost of making these properties ADA compliant is prohibitive. And I think, you know, accessibility is really important. And we need to center that. So just keeping them is a great, but if we can't actually make them accessible to be used by people in this town, then I don't understand why we would keep them.
Good point. Any other discussion before I move the language to be voted? Well, Justin, that is the sign of a very good presentation
Thank you.
and supporting materials. So I will move authorization of the 21,755,000 general obligation bonds of the town to Fidelity Capital Markets and 4,872,000 in bond anticipation notes be awarded to Oppenheimer and Co. LLC. All those,
Sir,
Justin?
I would just add and approving the votes as referenced, the language
materials?
referenced. Yes,
Okay. And the votes referenced in the materials,
thank you.
ably supplied to us by Justin Casanova Davis. Make sure that that is in the meeting notes, Kate. All those in favor? Bernard,
Okay, as you know, I'm going to be voting abstain because, among other reasons, I am uncomfortable with the use of Chapter 44 to authorize the Alston settlement. I want to also say that the other uses of these bond proceeds are incredibly important, and my abstaining does not indicate any less appreciation of those uses for the town. So.
Raul,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Miriam,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Thank you so much, Justin.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
So we now move on to the Oak Street condo sale number 2. Jonathan Simpson from our town council's office.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, Jonathan.
How's it going? So yes, I'm happy to report that we are headed towards the sale of the second of the two, as Heather said. This is the 15 Oak Street. We have closed on the 19 Oak Street, which is on the north side of the row house. 15 Oak Street is on the south side, and the 17 Oak Street closing is coming up. We are finalizing the PNS right now, and we'll hopefully have that before you soon. But today we are coming before you to execute the PNS for 15 Oak Street, as well as you did last time, delegate to me the authority necessary to sign all of the documents. To the extent any of you have ever closed on a property, there's a lot of things you got to sign at that closing date, in addition to the deed. And I think it is a lot easier if you just let me go to the lawyer's office and do it. So the sale price is $15 million, and that's about all the broad strokes. But I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Great. Any questions? Well, I'll start.
Sorry, $1.5 million. This is the second time I've done that. I apologize. $1.5 million.
No worries.
Yes.
We would have figured it out.
Rashid had caught me on this last. Oh my God, I can't believe I did that again. Okay.
It was taking me a while to figure out.
Sell.
I know, before they realize.
My only question is, are there any significant differences between this sale and the last sale?
An excellent question. I'm happy to report no. I think in large part due to the hard work of our building department. Charlie Simmons and his team have done a lot of work. All three buyers have had different concerns about the properties, things they wanted. They all did their own inspections. They all had things they wanted fixed about their particular unit or about common areas. And Charlie's team has been able to address virtually all of them. So no, this does not differ in any significant way, other than the
Right.
closing date, which would be April 1st.
Excellent. Any other questions, comments? Then let's do it. Time's a ticking. Time is money. All those in favor of approving and executing the purchase and sale agreement for the 15 Oak Street condominium with terms substantially similar to the draft reviewed by the select board, and to delegate to Associate Town Council Jonathan Simpson all power and authority necessary to finalize and record the sale. Bernard?
Aye.
Raul?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody.
Moving along to board and commission interviews. We have an applicant who is looking to join our Brookline Commission for Women.
We just promoted Neela.
Great.
Nick is here.
Hello.
Miriam, you might want to mute yourself.
Sorry.
Welcome, Neela.
Good evening.
So if you want to just tell us a little bit about yourself, why you're interested, why you think you'd be a great addition, try to keep it under 2 minutes, and then we'll ask you some questions.
Great, sounds good. So my name is Neela, and I am a digital media expert. I moved to Brookline about 9 months ago. So I used to live in India, and I started a community for women, one of the largest and most engaged communities on Facebook, called Gurgaon Moms. It's an online safe space where women were encouraged to stand up for themselves, to stand up for their rights. I realized over a period of time that one of the most important thing was to make them financially independent. So brought opportunities from the corporates and from the local businesses to the women. And as a part of this whole thing, we also had a subgroup of entrepreneurs who were encouraged, and we put together this summit for moms, which was attended by more than 500. Why I'm interested in this? I'm extremely passionate about women-related causes. That I think that's what I enjoy doing, and why again I applied, because I think my social media experience, I can help amplify the messaging that the Women's Commission has. I can be part of the team, and I can try helping them out. I can be a huge support there. If they're putting together events, there again, my expertise can come in handy. So that's about me.
Wow. Any questions for Neela? How did you find out about this opportunity?
So I was looking for women-related organizations in Brookline where I wanted to volunteer. Like I told you, this is what I'm passionate about. So I was looking out actively, and then I came across this opportunity. Honestly, I did not expect the call. I just thought, okay, there is a form, let me apply. So I applied. But this is something I'm extremely passionate about. I looked out for any organization which is related to women development, and personal growth of women.
Great. Miriam?
Thank you very much, Neela. So it sounds like what you're doing is microfinance.
Not really microfinance, but it's a level before that. So we used to get these entrepreneurs, get them introduced to investors. That was one thing that we did, and then used to talk to local businesses, find out what freelance gigs they had so that women can work from home, because that was most comfortable thing for them. So I brought in about 350 opportunities from different corporates and local businesses as well. So these were some of the things that we did. Apart from that, mostly we focused on soft skill workshops, teaching them about their rights, what they should stand for. So those were the things that we focused on.
And how, what I would love is, what do you translate? Because actually some of those things are really good to translate to this community here in Brookline. What do you see most as translating to work with women here in Brookline?
Okay, so I'll be honest. So it's just been 9 months for me. So
I love it. No, that's okay. That's a good answer. Still figuring it out.
still figuring it out. But I know the first place where I'll start is social media. Whatever current messages are there, I think, I can help amplify. That is a good place for me to start. And then probably to understand what the current requirements and what is the situation here. And then, probably to propose anything.
Bernard?
Okay, I think Miriam's question really covered some of what I was going to ask. But, generally, I think it's really interesting as well as very helpful when someone from outside of Brookline, and, you come from outside of the country, but comes into Brookline and can give a different sort of look or a different way of looking at some of the issues and concerns that we have. So you may not be able to answer this right now since you've only been here 9 months, but I would hope that over the next few months, if you're appointed to the board, you think about, what is it in Brookline that we're missing that you can that you may understand because of your experience in India with respect to women's issues. I mean, I think there are a lot, we can learn so much by just having our eyes opened, right? But with someone who can tell us about, the broader world than just, our local community, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, I think I understood your question. So one of the things that I understood in India is just the idea of having a community where women are being heard. For example, women entrepreneurs have very unique problems. So just get them together and try understand what, the problem with which most women have is visualizing what success would mean, what a successful person is, because they do not have enough number of role models and mentors. So if they're being mentored, that will be a huge success. So, probably the first space that I would look at is entrepreneurship, because that is a community where we can immediately create, understand what their issues are, create necessary programs, and see results and use metrics to make the program better and better. So that will be the first space to grow. But really, I mean, from my understanding, it's about getting women together and just listening to them. That itself is the first step to, just acknowledge what they are going through, because that's again another thing that women seem to face is, the problems get brushed under the carpet. These are very unique issues that women face. So just listening, acknowledging them to acknowledging the problems and making them understand what is available, the amount of opportunities that is available. So these are three things that I understood from my journey so far.
Great. Thank you so much for your application and interest. We will be making a decision at a future meeting.
Yeah, thank you so much for all your time. Thank you.
Okay, now going into some licensing issues. Mission Inc. would like to change their license to get courier service. Jennifer DePazzo Gilbert. Oh, you're muted.
Thank you. Thank you. Jennifer DePazzo Gilbert here from Mission. Really pleased to be here. Mission got its license to operate as a cannabis establishment in May. They were a little bit late to the game. They're located at a small spot at 1024 Commonwealth Ave. Business is going great, and they would like to now begin delivery with Your Green Package, who was one of the first equity applicants to receive their courier license from the state. Your Green Package, you might remember, is also the courier service, delivery service that works for Neta, out of Neta. And they've been very, very successful, and they've made over 5,000 plus deliveries throughout the state. They are seeking to deliver during the window of hours that is allowed under the current license, and that would be from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Monday through Saturday, and 12 to 6 on Sundays. Submitted the full application a few months ago, the Transportation Division asked for some additional information on the traffic impact assessment, which their traffic engineer provided to Todd Corain and his engineers. And I connected with Todd last week to make sure he was satisfied with everything that was submitted, and he indicated he was. There's really no impact on traffic. There are two vans which meet all of the CCC requirements that they'll be using and that have been already inspected and are ready to go. So let me turn it over. Let me tell you who I have here with me this evening. I have Derek Stewart, who's going to say a few words. He's from Mission. Keandre Woody is also with me. He's the general manager from Mission to answer any questions about operations. James McMullen, the compliance manager, is here, and Chris Fevry, the CEO and co-founder of Your Green Package, is also here. We do have a PowerPoint. I don't know that we'll need it this evening, but let me turn it over to Derek to make a couple of statements, and then we're happy to answer any questions.
Before you do that, Bernard, you had tried to raise your hand. Is
Yeah,
this on
yeah. I
this?
just want to make sure that I didn't miss something. I didn't get any of these materials until like late this afternoon. Was I the only one? And I think it's fairly straightforward. So maybe we don't need to have gone through all the materials before voting. But I am a little uncomfortable, trying to vote without having had a chance to read and digest the materials.
Let's hear from Devin.
Sorry to hear about that. It is pretty straightforward. I can say that the hours wouldn't change. It's similar to the operations of deliveries out of Netta. Not sure why the materials were supplied late, but it would simply be a change to paragraph 21 of the existing license to change that to read that deliveries are allowed to originate from the site with Your Green Package, because condition number 21 right now says that deliveries are not allowed, and that's the standard language that was in all the licenses. And as you know, deliveries are up and running, and it not only increases sales, but it also is helpful for folks that are immune compromised, that don't want to come out of the house, or just simply want the convenience of delivery. And it does also reduce both the foot traffic and the vehicular traffic. Netta has already noticed about a 30% decrease in trips to the store location. So that's helpful on the impact of the neighborhood. So I'll let Devin speak to the materials.
Hi, everyone. Devin Fields, Director of Administrative Services. I do want to apologize for the late arrival of those packet materials. Mission's application and the one pager on their courier service was in the original packet, but we are having some production problems with that right now. So when I realized that, I uploaded those documents into your OneDrive folder as individual documents for you to review. As you know, we don't currently have a cannabis mitigation coordinator, so we are spreading those responsibilities through the office right now and corralling the respective departments to get their sign off. So we do have a report from police. We also have a report from transportation, the building department. Dan Bennett gave me a verbal sign off right before he left for vacation on Friday. And this was a collaborative departmental effort. This, as Jennifer mentioned, is extremely run of the mill. We're familiar with this courier service. They are also working with Netta. So this is something that, as she also mentioned, just a couple of minor tweaks to the license conditions, which you've also seen in the other license conditions that you've approved. But I'm happy to go over those in further detail if you have more questions.
I don't. I just think that it's in a different situation. This would not be an acceptable way of voting. But given that this is sort of a run-of-the-mill change, and we've gone through this type of service in excruciating detail in previous meetings. So,
if issues like that, happen, Bernard, you can call me and we can talk about whether or not we're going to announce a postponement,
Yeah.
before we have everybody sign in and
Yeah.
get here.
Yeah, I was doing a lot of things today when that came in, so. But
As
good
do
point.
I.
Yeah.
So let's go back to Derek, I think, wanted to hold on before Derek. Miriam?
I just want to say, if you know anybody who wants to apply to be the cannabis mitigation person, please send them our way. We're still looking for someone.
Thank you.
Derek?
Yeah, we'll certainly be on the lookout for you too. So thank you again, everybody, for having us on tonight. Jennifer did go through a lot of what you've probably already heard before in hearings prior to ours. But yeah, long story short, we've been working with Chris for the past few months to develop a plan to go to market with delivery, with Mission and Your Green Package. And we're just here to answer some questions tonight, hopefully get an approval at the end of this, and just look forward to hearing from all of you.
If Chris is on, Chris, could you reintroduce yourself? The board probably remembers you, but if you want to say a few words about how business is going and how it's been in Brookline, that would be fantastic.
Yeah, well, nice to see everyone again. As you all know, my name is Chris, CEO and co-founder of Your Green Package. Since our launch in July 7th, I mean, we've grown quite a bit, and we started with 7 cars and about 20 employees, and now we've grown to about 23 cars, and we have about 64 people on staff. So we've been growing pretty astronomically, and delivery has been a pretty big market. And we're super excited to expand, our partnerships, especially with Mission, and obviously with the Brookline town. It's kind of funny because me and my wife started the business in 2020, and to see it growing this much is definitely a good feeling. And I would say actually right now, we actually got our license renewed in our most recent employment survey. We found out that about 70% of our staff is made up of people of color, women, people who identify as LGBTQ plus, veterans, and people who identify as disabled. And so I think, I don't know another minority owned operator that's this large, but we're super proud to be an example for the cannabis community, and we're really excited to be launching with Mission.
Great,
Thanks,
thank
Chris.
you so much.
Just wanted to add one thing. Obviously, with the location, there was concern in the run up to get the original license about being so close to Boston University. And I want to commend Derek Stewart for connecting directly with Cecilia Nardi, who is the community relations person at BU, who I connected him with, and Lieutenant Cullinane, making sure that all those prohibited addresses were put into their system. So they've been in direct communication with BU. BU has no opposition. They just wanted to make sure that they provided all the addresses, and we worked with BU and Lieutenant Cullinane to input all those addresses. So those will be sort of the red flagged addresses where deliveries cannot go. Just wanted to mention that.
Great, thank you for that. Any other questions? Miriam?
So I love it. I love all of it. I'm just curious how much of your fleet is electric, or if you're moving that way, if any of your fleet is electric, if you're going to move that way, or are people driving their own vehicles?
Yeah, so we're not allowed by the Cannabis Control Commission to allow drivers to drive their own vehicles, because each vehicle needs to be outfitted, as you guys already know, with cameras that face the driver, that watch the product, that also face outside the vehicle. The drivers need to wear body cameras. The vehicles need to have a GPS system that's actually attached to the vehicle, and obviously secure containers that, I mean, my car is not like that. So most people, they're not equipped to do cannabis delivery.
I actually didn't know that those were the requirements. That's intense.
Yeah, it's pretty intense. And so, with the recent spike in gas prices, I mean, electric vehicles are looking pretty nice. I mean, it's, early on, I think last year when we were talking about, gas prices obviously weren't as high, and, the costs, the opportunity cost of getting an electric vehicle, it didn't make much sense. We actually did get our first hybrid vehicle. We got a really great discount where we were able to get it for like basically 20 grand and get it financed. So, I mean, we are looking at it, but obviously, even now with with the increase of gas prices, the demand for electric vehicles are now up, which makes the prices of electric vehicles even higher. So then it's kind of again, even though we've grown so much, we're still, a small family-owned company, and it's, I don't have, we don't have the funds necessarily for electric vehicles, but it is definitely on our radar. And if there is an opportunity to pursue one, obviously with the recent spike, we want to do so.
Raul.
Thank you.
Thanks, Heather. This is great. I mean, you're a known operator, us, we're already operating Brookline. I think that that's really helpful for us. The one thing I wanted to ask about is something a little different, and I think we spent a lot of time asking about diversity here, and I really appreciate what you shared with us around it. I want to ask you about something different though, which is around your drivers. And there's a conversation going on in the Commonwealth right now. There's potentially a ballot measure, driven by the rideshare companies and delivery companies around how those drivers are classified. I'm wondering how you classify your drivers, and in whether or not and how they're making a fair wage for their work.
Yeah, so I would say doing things by the book is kind of what we like to do, especially being on top of compliance, things like that. I think there's a bit of a gray area when it says like, are they 1099 or they're W-2? I think in our situation, because we're requiring them to do so many compliance things, and we're directing, controlling so much of their work. We classify all of our employees as W-2. Our hope is that one day we can also provide health benefits to our employees as well. And so, for us, we go the extra mile, and everyone's classified as a W-2 employee.
Good. I'm glad to hear that about W-2 employees, and certainly moving toward providing healthcare would be an important. The cost of I don't know if you've ever been through this before. I have, but the cost of securing healthcare on your own outside of an employer, and the ability to do that and the difficulty of doing that kind of thing is until we switch to Medicare for all, is going to still be an issue. So anyway, I appreciate you making sure that those folks are W-2 employees and everything that comes with it. So thanks for that.
Yeah. And also just to add, giving our employees a living wage is something, there's a balance between, obviously, like, we need to like make money, but people need to live. And, when we started, our employees, the drivers were getting paid $15 an hour, and that's all we could pay. And then we were able, over the last couple of months, we've been able to raise them to 16 and then to 17. And continue to expand the team. And part of that, that success is like having, starting new partnerships with Mission and other companies, because then it allows us to like expand, grow, and continue to allocate. Unfortunately, we would love to even, obviously, I mean, you have Target now offering people $24 an hour and things like this. And the job market is getting really, really intense. And, the biggest thing right now that we're the commission requires us to have 2 people in the vehicle to conduct deliveries, which at this point, I mean, we've actually done 16,000 plus deliveries in the state of Massachusetts. And there's been about 50,000 plus medical. And if you look at California, they don't require 2 drivers. And, we've been advocating for the commission to reduce that minimum, because that's going to allow us to, one, pay our employees better and just survive more as a company. Because a lot of the times when new things in the cannabis space start, people kind of think the sky is falling. But we've kind of shown like, hey, like, this is okay, it's safe, the sky is not falling. So
I'm glad you're thinking about that. Thank you.
Are we ready to vote? Bernard.
Yeah, regarding 2 versus 1 driver, my understanding is you don't carry any money in your cars. Is that correct?
Yeah, so we accept cash, exact cash, and debit. We do encourage consumers to pay with debit, and I would say 95% of transactions are debit.
Okay, so you do carry some money.
Some cash. We don't carry change. Like, if a customer wants to pay cash, and that's kind of how it goes. But there's a limit. I mean, we're required to we can only have up to $10,000 worth of product and cash in the vehicle, and we're rarely hitting that amount. I mean, I would say at most it's like 4,000, 25, and it totally depends on how many orders you put into the vehicle. So to have two drivers, I mean, it's a bit of an overkill because you have to pay both people hourly. And also if during COVID, it was a very terrible time because when one person caught COVID, that car would go down, then we would also lose money. Then that other person then will lose out on his wages, and it turned into a whole issue.
Yeah, I was just asking because, one driver in a car makes that car a target if you're carrying that amount of money. I mean, $4,000 to me at least is a lot of money. But
Yeah.
that's not for us to decide on. It's just an observation.
Okay.
Any other questions about things that we control? I can move the language to be voted. If there are any objections, let me know now. Otherwise, I will move approving the change to Mission Incorporated's Inc.'s license conditions to allow for home delivery courier service. All those in favor? Bernard?
Aye.
Raul?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Thank you very much for this presentation.
Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay. Common victular license, change of hours for the Garrison House. Nice to see an occupant in there again.
Yes.
We are promoting Dan Hen. Dan, you've been promoted. You can unmute yourself.
Hi.
Hi,
Get to hear
Dan.
me?
Yes,
Thanks for having me. Appreciate your time.
of course. So, what are you in relation to the Garrison House?
So I'm the manager on record and also the business partner. So
Oh, great. So you want to change your business hours?
yeah, we just like to all our restaurants, once we get up and going, we always incorporate brunch into the mix, and we just wanted to amend our hours to be able to open up Saturdays and Sundays at 10 a.m. instead of 12 o'clock.
Boy, if the select board had delegation authority, this would not be before us. Any questions? This seems pretty straightforward. I like brunch.
That was going to be my only comment. Brunch. Good.
We need
I would
more
love to have
brunch.
everybody come listen. The neighborhood response has been great, so we're just really trying to keep the momentum going. And obviously, with the weather getting warmer and just people kind of coming out of this mindset of the last couple months, especially, I just really just want to be a good community tenant for the for the neighborhood. So
Excellent. Are you guys still doing live music?
right now, we're only doing it on Saturday nights. We kind of wanted to ease in. It's kind of the only thing that we've never done before. So just trying to understand the dynamic and see what see what our guests are looking for. So far, we've been doing it like 5 weeks now. Very well received. We'd like to maybe start incorporating maybe either jazz on a Sunday or Thursday night entertainment. But we're not in any hurry to do too much too soon. So.
Excellent. Well, let's start with changing those business hours so that we can accommodate the brunch crowd. Should I just move the language? Okay, I'm going to move the language. So I move approval of the application for a change in common vic alcohol hours for DC Associates LLC doing business as Garrison House at 6 Harvard Square from current hours, Monday through Saturday, 11 a.m. to 2 a.m. and Sunday, 12 p.m. to 2 a.m. to new hours, Monday through Friday, 11 a.m. to 2 a.m., Saturday and Sunday, 10 a.m. to 2 a.m. All those in favor? Bernard?
Aye.
Raul?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye.
Cool.
Let me know when you get jazz.
Yeah, Heather and I will be there.
I'll keep everyone posted, especially if you start doing karaoke. I'll make sure you're there as well. So.
Oh, yes, you will. Pat
Just tell me
Benatar.
about the jazz.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, moving along to air rights license discussion. And I see that John Bucay is promoted and ready to go.
Yes, good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. Thanks for having me. I'm here this evening looking for a vote to grant an air rights access license and release agreement to a developer known as 5 Washington Square Fee Owner LLC. The developer is on the Boston line, and they're building a 5-story building, and they're constructing a crane that will have a boom that will weather vane over some Brookline roads. And they are looking for us to grant permission to allow the boom to do that. The license gives us substantial protections. It indemnifies the town in the event that, I should add that no materials are going to be transported over any town roads. It's just the boom when it's not in use and the wind is blowing in a certain direction for safety reasons. It needs to go where it will go so that the force of the wind doesn't potentially damage the crane or cause it to fall over, God forbid. Anyway, so the agreement provides a nominal fee to the town, indemnity, a contractual agreement to repair any damage. It insures the town. So these are all substantial benefits for the town, and we believe that the developer needs this agreement in order to proceed with their development.
Great. Thank you very much for that summary. We had somebody in public comment that expressed, I think, the sentiments of a lot of people from that neighborhood. We have certainly heard from many neighbors of that construction project that it has been noisy and vehicles are parked everywhere and there's idling and what have you. The bigger question here is, do we have the legal authority to say no? And that is kind of a gray area from what I understand. So we have worked out an air rights agreement because that is certain.
And we believe this is probably the best outcome for the town. There's a lot of ambiguity in the law in this area. We have taken the position to protect the town that we need this license, and the developer is willing to grant it to us. And our advice is that we proceed with it.
Any questions or comments by select board members? Okay, seeing none, I can propose the language that our town council has prepared for us tonight. I move approving of an air rights license for the crane operations at 5 Washington Street. All those in favor? Bernard?
Aye.
Raul?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Thank you so much for working on this issue.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay. Now moving to an all alcohol license public hearing. Is this the
Heather, we're early by about 20 minutes on this one.
Oh, thank you, Vice Chair. Just ticking right along.
Bio break?
Yes, bio break. Okay, we will resume at 7 p.m. on the dot.
All right.
What day
I'm ready
is it?
for bed now.
Okay, on that happy note, it is now 7 p.m. And that means we are going to be talking about an all alcohol license for the country club. Specifically, I think for the week of the open. Bobby Allen.
Hey.
Hi, Mr. Allen.
Hi, nice to see you all. You know, I don't get to, first of all, for the record, my name is Bob Allen. I have a law practice 300 Washington Street in Brookline Village. I have Kristen LeCount here of the Country Club, General Manager of the Country Club. And it's great to appear before you. They never let me appear before the board here in this office for some reason. Everybody jumps the gun. So it's great to be able to be here before you. We have a big event coming to Brookline, in case you guys haven't heard. It should be exciting. It's great on my drive to work every day. I see beautification projects happening. So we're going to be the toast of a lot of places come June. And one of the things that we have to clean up a little bit is the liquor license issue. You know, I guess the few people that watch these events like to walk around and maybe have a cold beverage on a hot day. So I'm here to help with that. As you know, the TCC, the US Open is coming June 11th to June 20th. And the way it works is the USGA will be taking over control of the golf course on most of the outbuildings. They will, TCC will basically turn it over to them. They will have a caterer that will come in and serve in the tents and in the corporate tents and most of the outbuildings. However, TCC is going to retain a few of the buildings. And of course, when your liquor laws went into effect in 1930, that's never an easy task to figure out. So what we would be doing with this amendment that's before you is the USGA would be seeking a temporary license from the town to operate the TCC course. We will adjust the description of the TCC's license to exclude the portion that will be run by the USGA. The USGA will probably come before this board. Well, I know will come before this board, and they'll seek 10 one-day licenses over the course of the 10-day event. And what we did is and we spoke with the ABCC. We've been working closely with Tiffany, who you all know is wonderful, and the ABCC. So what we've submitted to you is the application basically to amend it for the 10-day period and then turn around and amend it back. So it would all go back to the way it is currently. That required us to do 2 separate ads, which we did, notify all the abutters, which is a lot of abutters, of both changes, but that's all been taken care of. I believe you've in your packet, you'll have the floor plan and a map of the property. The areas to remove from the TCC is essentially everything except for the main clubhouse, the men's and women locker room, and there's a tent attached to that locker room. So those would be the 3 areas where the TCC will retain its current license. All the rest of it will be turned over to the USGA for those 10-day period. And then what will happen is upon the completion of that, the second amendment, which we hope you'll vote for tonight, will kick in and it'll all revert back to the entire place being back to the TCC. So it's a little bit confusing, but it's really very clean and very simple. And if you have any questions, that's what I'm here for. If you have any questions about the event, that's what Kristen's here for.
Great. I just double checked to make sure that I have 2 votes.
Yes, we worked with Tiffany. You should have, and Devin, you should have two votes.
Great. Any questions, Miriam?
I'm just curious why it's better for the USGA to have control of those licenses versus the country club just controlling all of those licenses.
Well, they will have one license. They're the ones who are hiring. So it's like this, Miriam. They're the ones who are hiring the caterers to come in and run those events. So the country club couldn't do that because they already have an existing liquor license. So they have to give up all those areas where there's going to be vendors so that the USGA can take it over and then they can bring in the vendors for those areas. So you can't have 2 liquor licenses. One person can't have 2 liquor licenses.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Great question. Any other
It's confusing stuff, you know, it can.
Yeah. Yeah,
Serve
this is,
liquor in the locker rooms?
Yeah, there's been one in there for a long time. It's actually, they converted it either a year or two ago as part of a larger renovation to, it was originally when it was first there in the men's locker room. Now it's a co-ed area in the locker room. Times they are changing, I understand, so.
Mhm. So my question is probably better directed to the USGA, but it's a common question that we ask people who come before us for liquor licenses, and that's, what's your policy about carding,
Yeah.
and are there staff going to be tips and all that trained? I know that we have very unique requirements in Brookline.
So Heather, if I may, we'll be back before you for the 10 separate
Yep.
one-day liquor licenses, and that's the right time to ask. This is just really changing the description of the property to exclude certain property. But
Okay.
we'll be prepared to answer those questions, and Kristen and I ran the gamut with the USGA to explain to them exactly what's going to be asked and what's expecting for them. So hopefully there should be no surprises, and we'll be able to answer all your questions when we come back.
Make sure they know about the book.
Yes. Yes.
I
I got
explained the book and showed it to them, Heather. So they've got
Excellent.
the
No excuses then. Great. Any other questions? Cats have great timing. Okay. So there are two separate votes. How about I do this? I will read both vote language. I will take a pause to see if anybody has any questions. And then if there are questions, we'll deal with it. If not, then I will say, okay, let's take the first vote language first. Okay. So this is the language for the first vote. Finding that notice was duly given and after a public hearing, the board hereby votes to approve the application of the country club doing business as the country club, Kristen LeCount, manager, holder of a license to expose, keep for sale, and to sell all kinds of alcohol beverages to be drunk on the premises as a 7-day club at 191 Clyde Street, Brookline, Massachusetts, for an alteration of premises of its license to remove from the licensed premises the grounds and golf course, including all buildings on the premises, with the exception of the main clubhouse, the men's and women's locker rooms, and the adjacent tent for the period from beginning June 11th, 2022 through June 20th, 2022. That's the first vote. The second vote, and further, finding that notice was duly given and after public hearing, the board hereby votes to approve the application of the country club doing business as the country club, Kristen LeCount, manager, holder of a license to expose, keep for sale, and to sell all kinds of alcohol beverages to be drunk on the premises as a 7-day club at 191 Clyde Street, Brookline, Massachusetts, for an alteration of premises of its license to expand the license to cover the entire premises, including the grounds and golf course and all club buildings beginning June 21st, 2022. So in reading that language, I was reminded that this is a public hearing. So do we have anyone signed up to give public comment?
Chair Hamilton, nobody has signed up previously. There were 18 attendees, and I do not see anybody with their hand raised or anybody in the chat.
Okay, well, while we wait for people who may be on the fence as to whether or not to provide public comment, any questions on the language that I read aloud by select board members?
I'll just say, if you vote for the first part, you want to vote for the second part to return it back to its original condition, right? Yeah.
No, otherwise, we kind of get into what, phantom toll booth
Yeah.
Oh,
territory.
you picked up on that. We had to have it all at one vote, right? You want to make sure it goes back, right? Don't have to wait 2 months and all of a sudden, oh my God. You got it.
Any further questions, discussion? I assume no one has raised their hand or notified you using the hand raise feature or Q&A that they want to make a public comment. Kate.
No, nobody has.
Okay. So I did read that language. I prefer not to read it again. I wasn't really sure what, like, which one was premises or which one was premises. It's very hard to tell, like, when it's supposed to be plural. Any comments before I say we're just going to move the language that I read from vote 1? Seeing none, I will move that we adopt the language as referenced by vote 1. All those in favor? Bernard.
Aye.
Raul.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Miriam.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. And to make sure that we don't put ourselves in a quandary, let's move the second vote language. All those in favor? Bernard.
Aye.
Raul.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Miriam.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Whew, that was close.
Yeah. Thank you all very much. Really appreciate the time tonight.
Okay, thank you.
all. Appreciate it. Have a good night.
Okay, I think we are now into departmental budget reviews, and I'm hoping that there is another surprise, but I'm not completely sure. So, who gets to go first? Is it Ruth Ann?
Chair
Council on
Hamilton,
Aging?
Ruth Ann indicated that she is going before the advisory at 7:15. I just reached out to her to see if she is ready, but I don't know if Fung or Ann are ready to present, if Ruth Ann has to go to the other meeting.
I see Ann Braga. She raised her hand. Why don't you try promoting her?
Okay, here comes Ann.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
And may the Ides of March be with you.
Oh, yes.
So I have my slides. If I can get permission to share.
You're able to share, Ann.
Okay. Put that over here. Share. Slide deck. Okay, so welcome to the HR presentation. I will not be taking 7 minutes because our video, surprise, surprise, is a little long, but I think you'll like it. Get this. There we go. Okay, so Heather's first question was, what will we do with all that money? So the slide is money, money, money. Staffing is to increase the HR staff to the benchmark HR staffing levels, servicing 1,000 employees, which is between 12 and 13 staff people. And that would include adding a recruiter, an investigator trainer, an HR analyst to do our data analytics, HR program specialist to work with our training coordinator to implement programs and also deal with some of the other employee-focused programs we'd like to provide, and a health and safety specialist. So OSHA compliance, those kind of safety issues. Training and development funding, dedicated funding for training development town-wide. Currently, there's existing resources in many departments that we would like to pull together and have it under one roof so that the training and development for employees including career pathways, is centralized and maximizing the opportunity to grow our future leaders from within. Training space, suggesting to modernize Newbury College building to provide dedicated training and development space for all departments as well as community groups. So this would provide some of the community engagement process that we have been asked to look at. And it would provide a space for them to get training from some of our departments, whether it's how to do a budget or human resources and job prep or things like that. And the last is going digital, making HR processes electronic, from recruiting and onboarding, payroll, record keeping, and digitization, training, development, and compliance platforms. So taking the tasks that are very manual right now, that have some help from technology, and really going digital and making that investment. And I know that many departments have talked about digitalization and electronic processes. So the next one is the 2-year review, COVID, and more. And we have a little, little COVID molecule up in the corner there. Things that we've worked well on, one is COVID, contact tracing. We still continue to this day do contact tracing for all employee cases and close contacts. We developed and implemented the COVID leave policies that changed on a moment's notice sometimes. And we managed employee leave, as well as working with employees on what to do when they test positive and having that conversation with them about accessing online food delivery and separating from your family in the middle of a house with like 2 bedrooms and 3 kids and those kind of things. And we implemented a work from home policy. It is in a pilot form right now, but is based on best practices. It involved the employee applying for the position, working with the supervisor to define the roles to be completed, and also identifying the eligible positions. As you know, not every job can be done remotely. And some of the jobs that we have really blossomed as we've had the hybrid work experience. And we hope to make that a permanent feature for the town of Brookline for recruiting and retention. Mental and emotional well-being. We all can recognize the fact that there are increased stressors throughout individuals' work lives. And as a result, we've had an exponential increase in workplace complaints, stressors that have impacted folks from home on the workplace, and that's resulted in investigations. But we've also taken the initiative to introduce to all employees who are benefit eligible the Calm app, which allows for employees and their family members, because they have some kids content as well, to access meditation, mindfulness, yoga, diet and exercise, sleep stories, and that is accessible to various age levels, and each employee gets 4 sign-ons so that their family can also take advantage of that as well. Things that are in process, obviously collective bargaining, continuing sessions with police, fire, AFSCME, Teamsters, and engineers. Things that have taken a back burner, and we've seen some impact to that just because of our bandwidth, is policies and procedure updates. Those needed reviews have been delayed due to workload. Health and safety protocols townwide, to have a health and safety program, particularly now that we are under the jurisdiction of OSHA and those requirements, and the class and comp analyses, studies and review needed, and following up funding for implementation. So if we are finding that we're not meeting sort of the median of where we need to be as far as recruiting and retention, that there would need to be some funding made available to do that. And I know it's a particularly difficult time for revenues, and I can hear Melissa in my ear, but I know that this is a continuing concern for multiple departments. And last, the crystal ball. What does it look like 5 years from now? Combined digital services, digital department services covering town and school, as many of the functions for schools is done by town HR. It ensures continuity of service to the employees and reduces duplication of effort. And it allows for the HR staff to focus on programming and not the transactional business of the different steps in an employee's life cycle. The second thing is employee experience. Using technology to both improve processes and expand capacity to be an office of people and culture that puts the employee experience front and center as an essential part of improving the services to constituents, making Town of Brookline one of the best places to work for a career or a few years. Former employees would become our brand ambassadors as for the town to be an employer. And the third thing is learning and development. With newly renovated training and development space at Newbury, providing training, development, and career pathways across departments, as well as reaching out to the community. And the last slide is just a picture of the ocean water and the word calm. And I will stop sharing at that point. So that is my presentation. Do you want to take questions now, Heather, or do you just want me to go to the video?
Let's do the video.
And by the way, your ocean calm looked like the ocean from the bottom of the seabed.
Well, that's what it is. So you're looking up and relaxed.
I'd be pretty scared if I was down there.
I'm going to move this. I go here, share.
Don't forget to share sound. That trips a lot of people up. There's
Okay,
a
how do
little-
I share sound?
When you go to share screen, there's a box down at the bottom that says share sound.
Got it.
Make sure that that's clicked.
Okay, screen one. And I have to give advance credit to my 13-year-old son who did the video compilation. He is not a student at Big, but he did go to BNN for a summer camp. And so that is what we are doing, share. And can you see that?
Yes.
Back screen. Okay, here we go.
My name is Fouad Boumjahid. I am the Human Resources Assistant at the Town of Brookline. Some of the stuff, the things I do is answering calls, emails for employees, employment verifications, and other tasks. The best thing of my job is working with great people, and I feel it's always fun.
My name is Kimi Alden, and I am the Human Resources Coordinator. I perform a variety of tasks, including assisting with the pre-employment process for new hire job candidates or contractors, and I also work closely with the payroll office and other departments to get people paid in accordance with applicable state and federal leave laws. A couple of things I like about my position. Welcoming new hire candidates. It's usually an exciting time for a person when their skills and qualifications are acknowledged, they're chosen, and it's exciting for us to know that we're adding quality workers to the town as well. The part of my job I enjoy the most are the people I've worked with in the HR office over the years. I know it might sound cliche, but the HR staff really are true team players with a wonderful work ethic. And I'm really proud to work with people who treat others with dignity and respect, people who genuinely care about our employees and their interests. It's nice to have that because the HR office often deals with challenging and sensitive issues, but to know that I have pleasant people to work with, it really makes this job special for me.
Hi, my name is Kayla Tolino, and I am the benefits administrator for the town. So some of the things I do is I handle both active and retiree benefits. So those include things like health insurance, dental, life insurance, Colonial Life, long-term disability. Those are just to name a few, to help facilitate those with the enrollments and also the offboarding process. I also handle all of the deductions for both the active and retirees for the town with that. So probably the best thing I think I like about my job is that when employees have a life event, so things like marriage, birth, retirement, some of those happy events, as well as the not so happy events, those things like loss of coverage or death even, I can help facilitate all of the benefits and give employees all of the information that they need, because you really want to focus on those life events, so to try to help them understand all of the benefits as well as anything that they need, including all of the information that sometimes might be hard to understand. But it's always a good feeling seeing a process to and from the end, and employees are really appreciative of that too. So that's always nice as well. The other part that's, the best part of my job is really the staff that I work with, the coworkers. It's really the best team, and we always have one another's backs and everything. So it's really nice for that as well. So.
My name is Ryan Casella. I am the Leave and Disability Specialist here with the Town of Brookline Human Resources Department. I primarily handle workers' compensation, FMLA, injury on duty, and the COVID leave over the last 2 years. My favorite part about working in human resources is, and as a leave and disability specialist, is helping people when they need it most.
I'm Jennifer Stallion, Labor and Employee Relations Specialist for the HR department, and also the unofficial ornithologist for our friend here, Dr. Who. I handle civil service on the collective bargaining negotiations team. I also handle investigations and job postings for the town. One of my favorite things working for the town is the team I get to work with and the opportunity to work from home a couple of days a week. It's been really great to have that flexibility. Appreciate it.
Hi, I'm Leslie Noble. I am the Assistant Director of Human Resources, and I have been in the HR field for more than 20 years. As you might imagine, with a smaller HR office, my job currently touches upon all of the functional areas of HR, ones you traditionally consider associated with HR: risk management, compliance, recruiting and hiring, benefits, training, development, compensation, and leave and absence management. But what I really wanted to talk with you about was what I would describe as the unseen work of HR. It's the work that we do every day that's beyond those functional areas that you may be most familiar with in terms of human resources. It's the work that gives us the opportunity to really support and encourage the well-being of employees in our workplace. Because unlike many departments, HR's role really does extend beyond the workplace and requires an understanding that employees are human beings, and human beings come to work with all types of problems and issues, and that those things can affect their workplace and their work life. These are the unseen works of HR that we are tasked to assist employees with many concerns and problems, many of which are shared with us in confidence, and that will never be something we discuss with anyone else or never leave our lips. And maybe it will never be something that's listed on a budget workload indicator, but which we do every single day. And our employee staff work so hard. We have Fuad, who is the most helpful, friendly person you could ever hope to reach on the other end of the phone. And Kimi, who's so dedicated to resolving any issue, and she does it in a kind and intuitive way. And Jennifer, who really knows how to listen to employees and lets them know she understands. Ryan, who's helping people navigate injuries and illnesses, and he does it with tact and compassion and confidentiality. And Kayla, who provides critical benefits information during everyday events, but also during major life events, which can be very difficult: divorce, deaths, marriages, births. She does this in a really knowledgeable way, but also a concerned, caring, and helpful way. And Anne, who's juggling multiple competing priorities at all times and still remembers to ask each and every one of her staff how they are really doing. So for me, I carry around an email that I received from an employee a while ago, and it just reminds me that everyday interactions can be so meaningful. And the content of the email doesn't so much matter as it was a thank you that I had helped someone. And it wasn't even an official workplace effort to assist someone. It was just what I considered an everyday interaction. And they let me know that I helped them. It reminds me to remain vigilant about how those smallest of actions can make a difference to an employee. And when I see the work that our staff does that way and the everyday small actions that we take and how they can make a difference, it makes even the most challenging days worth it.
Hi, I'm Ann Braga. I'm the HR director for the town of Brookline, and welcome to my home office. This home office exemplifies something that we are doing different here in Brookline. We are putting in place a pilot program for a work from home policy for eligible individuals, as well as looking to make this a permanent part of the infrastructure for our employees. Town of Brookline HR office of 7 services all town employees as well as school employees in their hiring paperwork, their benefits administration, leave administration, as well as their offboarding. And it's a small staff. They have worked very hard over COVID and continue to work hard as we come out of COVID into the next normal. And we want the employee experience for when employees do leave the town of Brookline to be that they are our brand ambassadors of what we are doing and the benefits that are offered here in Brookline, and to make it more of a transformational human resources office as opposed to the traditional transactional paperwork-oriented process. So the best thing that I like about the town of Brookline and working here is the staff. And the staff is awesome. We have folks with a variety of experience and service to the town, some coming up on 30 years of experience and some just starting in the last couple of years. And we look forward to having them develop and grow with us into different opportunities. The other thing is with HR and a variety of other departments that sort of serve the employees directly as opposed to provide constituent services, they are the unsung heroes of making sure that all that is going on the front line, whether it's police, fire, public works, all of those things are working smoothly. And I want to thank all of them for their support and assistance throughout this tough time and as we move forward into the next normal. One of the greatest accomplishments I think that we've provided in the last year is the Calm app. And you'll see a little bit of a video preview of that. And what it provides is at least some space for individuals to do either exercise, meditation, listen to music. We even have a staff person that listens to John McEnroe teach them how to play tennis. And we hope that this is some way for both our employees and their families to be able to reduce some stress and do some things that are better for their mental and emotional health. And I look forward to working with you moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Nice little window into the office and our employees and an added benefit. Thank you very much. Any questions, thoughts, comments? Miriam?
I'm just wondering, first of all, I love the Calm app. I'm a daily meditator, so I just cannot extol the virtues of meditation. But I'm just wondering if there's any way for you to track if it gets used, what kind of feedback you get about it.
So we will get monthly metrics, obviously anonymized, but we'll see what sections of the app that people use, whether it's meditation or it's music. I usually have, the bottom view of the ocean, as Bernard described it, going as a screensaver on my computer. So I like the water and that kind of thing. So we'll be able to track all of those things and see how many, head count we get and things like that. It just started literally 10 days ago. So.
Well, I would encourage everybody to meditate.
Bernard.
I guess the obvious question is this app available to the select board? Because we need to be calm sometimes.
I'm sure we could work on that. It technically is available right now for benefit eligible part and full-time employees, but I will check in with Leslie on our license count. And I think, while Miriam already has a subscription, she would be able to either pass that on to the kiddos or, be able to, have two if she needs it. So.
Yeah, I was just asking for a friend. But a more serious question now. You mentioned in your presentation, I think it's called, what you called classification and compensation.
Mm-hmm.
Could you elaborate on, whether you're putting together a study, a salary study, or whatever it's called, compensation study? Because this is an issue that has come up in at least watching the advisory committee, and each advisory committee subcommittee meeting that I've attended in every department, or it seems like every department. So where are we on that? And tell me what it is you're planning on doing.
So we are starting that process and looking at the areas where sort of our largest pain points are, both in MMTP. Obviously, we've been through 5 recruitments in the last 12 months, as well as looking at some of the standout challenges. Our diversity and hiring report is next week. So I'll give a little bit away for next week's information, but the pain points that we're having are particularly in the licensed trades, technology, and being able to recruit and retain in those areas because of the competition. I spoke last night at advisory subcommittee about the fact that we had someone who was a junior, a journeyman electrician who had applied and we had offered a job to, and he had seen the pay scale, and I don't know whether he didn't read it or whatever else, but he said he couldn't take the job because he was getting paid $91 an hour as an electrician at the Local 93. So, you compare that to $160 an hour for Johnson Controls to come in as a vendor. Not that we can meet that, but we need to look at how do we put ourselves in a better place in the public sector market space, given construction development and things like that, where these are high demand jobs. So we'll be looking at those areas and hopefully get something to you shortly. We're going to focus on more of a compensation study and not a classification.
I have one other question. In objective number 5, at least in the budget book that I have, it talks about working with the fire department's union human relations committee. Are you also involved with the police department officers who are putting together a sort of task force? I don't think it's a full committee, but task force on human relations. I know that David Pilgrim and Will Walker are working with Deputy Pastor and others on this. Are you involved with that in any way?
I haven't been invited to. I would happily be involved with it. Jennifer Stallion and I both sit with the Human Relations Committee of Local 950. And, would be very happy to participate on the police department side of that.
Thank you.
John?
Hi, Ann, and thank you, and thank your department for everything you do. Excuse me. Collective bargaining is such an important part of our ability to make everybody happy, but also manage the town. And I wonder if you can just offer a few thoughts on the role of the Human Resources Department in the collective bargaining processes, and any thoughts you may have on things we're not currently doing that we might do that would smooth out some of the collective bargaining processes towards sooner results than we're now getting.
Well, both Jennifer Stallion and I sit on the management side negotiation team for collective bargaining with Michael Downey, as well as either the chief or a department lead, depending on the contract that we're talking about. We work as a team. I don't know that there's really a different role that we can have aside from looking at, because we're part of the process throughout, where if there's a proposal to change a policy or change a particular provision, we're able to look at it with the HR lens, not just the legal lens. And the HR lens also includes sort of impact on diverse groups throughout the organization. And so that's where our role is. As far as making it smoother, the police and fire have the advantage of the JLMC, and they use that, and that is provided for them in state law. We work collaboratively and work through that process, but at some point in time, there is an impasse, and that either side can call for, movement from regular bargaining to the JLMC process.
And if you don't mind, sorry, can you just, for everybody at home, explain JOMC?
JLMC is the Joint Labor Management Committee, and that is a state set up program where if the parties can't come to a resolution on their own, they go through mediation and then binding arbitration. And the result of the arbitration of the top 5 issues on either side, exclusive of wages, is brought to the arbitrator for a hearing and a decision. And the decision is binding on both parties. It still requires town meeting vote. And so it still needs to be funded in that way, but it would be binding on both parties. And that's a provision that AFSCME, the Teamsters, and the engineers do not have.
Thanks.
Any other comments or questions for Ann or about HR? Raul?
Thanks, Heather. Thanks, Ann, for the presentation. I like the video too, and y'all's assistant director there. I think the way that she broke down the way that the team works together and how heart is so much of a part of what you do, as much as the technical expertise, that the approach to working with people is so personable. I just thought that was really great, and so I appreciated that. So thanks for that. Thanks for the video, and thanks, Heather, for the idea to have videos like this. Is great. I think there's 2 things that stuck out to me. I just wanted to mention in both budget related, of course. One, you mentioned around professional development, having, moving toward a single pool for professional development. I think it's a good idea. We were talking about this recently, this idea that that the educational incentives seem to be directly connected to the strength of one's union, and whether or not one is even in a union. And we should be providing educational incentives, I think, to all of our employees, if that's something that we're going to do, and that it should be equitably distributed to all employees. And so I hope that we can, in the future, move toward doing that, because there are any number of employees in any number of fields across town that I think should have access to professional development and educational incentives, and hopefully we can find a way to make that work in the future. The other is I'm very excited for you to be with us in a couple of weeks to talk about 12 weeks paid leave and what that might look like. I continue to think that this is a right whose time has come. And I'm very excited to see the proposal and what, all the associated costs with us doing that as a town. So maybe just a teaser for, I think the first Tuesday in April, we'll be talking about that.
Your first hybrid meeting.
Woo. We'll be in person, and the public's welcome to join us in person or join us online, just like you are right now. Yeah.
Excellent. Any other comments, questions, ideas? Well, thank you for that presentation. It addressed the 3 questions that I wanted answered and a video that highlighted our employees. So win-win.
They were not as comfortable with being out in front because they do work behind the scenes so much, but I explained why we were doing it and they agreed to do it. So
well, thank them.
Thank you for pushing us, and I will thank them.
Excellent. I mean, one of the disadvantages that we have encountered over these 2 years is that we are not meeting in person. And so I don't know a lot of the new staff that we have hired. So this was quite special for me. Any other questions, comments before we let Anne go? Okay, thank you so much, Anne.
Bye all.
So who do we have next? Is Ruth Ann ready to go? Oh, I believe IT is ready to go.
Okay. And we just promoted Fung.
Great.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Chair Hamilton, members of the board, Mel, Feng Yang, Chief Information Officer, Information Technology Department. That was a tough act to follow after Anne. And even tougher act to follow from that video that the town clerk and the chair made. I do not have a video, but I hope my slides will tell the story of the IT department. So if I may, I'm gonna share my screen.
Excellent. And things to aspire to for next year.
That would be great. And yep. So I'll be quick. I don't speak very fast, so bear with me. So the IT department, as you all know, works very collaboratively with all departments to use technology to enhance the delivery of town and school services to the community. So my presentation is going to be just the budget, the accomplishments, and then the 3 questions the chair has posed to all departments. So, the IT department manages a really large digital landscape, and during COVID, this landscape has expanded drastically. The FY23 budget is just a little bit over $2.2 million. 56% of that is personnel, 31% is services, 12% is capital, 1% is for education training, and then less than 0.5% is for supplies. And this little QR code gets you to the OpenGov interactive website. And our actually budget has a decrease due to personnel changes. So the internal promotions and also new hires all start at the lower step. So there's some savings there. And then we have some very minimum increases in other areas, services. The 7,000 is for the rent paid to the building department for the use of the Newbury site for our storage needs. We really have a lot of storage and staging needs. And the capital area, we have a little bit over $13,000 increase. That's for a new backup device for our data center, which is very critical. And I also have put in 2 opera fund requests to really enhance and secure IT infrastructure. The first one is for implementing a security information and event management platform and system administration. The second one is to extend the town's networks. You know, we have 50 sites. We have a few that don't have fiber connection. So we want to extend the town's networks, fiber connection to there, and build fiber redundancy so that we don't have any downtime. I just want to very briefly give you some updates for FY22. As you know, almost 2 years ago, I was made the acting chief information officer, and about almost a year ago, you appointed me as the officially appointed me as the chief information officer. So thank you for your vote of confidence. And then we backfilled my position and we promoted internally Ben Vivante to be the IT operations director and Tom Richards to be the manager of digital services. So IT has digital services, network, and infrastructure, and also service desk, the three groups. And I want to show, yeah, so, and the orange color positions are filled in FY22. It took us a long time. The web developer, it took us 7 months to backfill. And we're currently 9 months into it. We still don't have a data administrator yet. So the great resignation definitely affected IT, and so did it affect many departments. And so we have currently two more vacant positions, and that's we're working on that diligently. And then we have a virtual cybersecurity program. So it's basically made up from staff from various groups, from the three groups, and everybody wears multiple hats. And we do follow best practice and, you know, of all basically all the various different frameworks, different tools, different approaches. And so very quickly, I'm not gonna go through all of this. I know it's late, and I'm just gonna highlight a couple in each area and move on. So in cybersecurity, we implemented two-factor authentication. We continue to raise user awareness through education, phishing campaigns, cybersecurity webinar, and other cybersecurity monthly activities. We updated our cloud vendor questionnaire and used it to review prospective vendors. And in the infrastructure and networks area, we replaced and enhanced on-site server virtualization, storage, and backup infrastructure, which is the data center, and then extended wired and wireless network, upgraded outdated switches. And in the digital services area, we performed a special analysis working with the town clerk's office on the and the chair on the redistricting committee. Our GIS administrator, Jed Fahrenbach, worked really closely with Ben Kaufman on that. And this is our third redistricting, I believe. And we implement new online permits, even during COVID. Before COVID, we converted all working with building department, all building permits online, and that really helped during COVID, but even during COVID, there's new permits that made online. So we're also working with town clerk's office. We rolled out the online public information request portal, which streamlined the workflow between legal department, town clerks, and all the departments that are responsible for their specific areas of a public records request. And of course, in the user support and customer service area, we provided steady, secure, and timely support to all town school departments and triaged over 6,000 tickets and provided technical support to remote town meetings. And in the area of governance, leadership, and collaboration and community engagement, we developed the technical guidelines for the work from home policy. We participated in the town's racial equity training and developed a draft plan. We also developed the 2 community engagement SMART goals for FY22 and FY23. And I am gonna move on to, here is your very dedicated Brookline IT team, and very diverse. I think IT probably is one of the most diverse departments in town. I think we have probably 50-50, the white and non-white. So, and in addition, I think there was a BHA resident who actually graduated from BU, and he has a lot of certification in cybersecurity, but he has no working experience. So he reached out to the select board's office. Devin referred it to us, and my staff coached him. And guess what? He got a full-time job with Raytheon. And so, we're very happy to have coached and, it enabled him to get a full-time job. And the interesting thing is Raytheon is actually currently hiring 15 cybersecurity staff all at once. So as you can see, that's how important cybersecurity is. So moving on, the chair has 3 questions. First, what have been the biggest challenge in the past 2 years? I think the biggest challenge is that we had to quickly pivot to enable remote workforce, remote learning, remote meetings, hybrid meetings, and to support much larger digital footprint very quickly. And the second biggest challenge is the increase of cyber threats in general, but what comes with an expanded digital footprint due to COVID, due to remote workforce, remote and hybrid learning, that's becoming even more challenging. And then the third biggest challenge is the shortage of staff due to the great resignation during the pandemic and the fact that our salary for highly skilled technical staff is not competitive enough with even some of our peers. In the past, we always know there's a gap between us and the private industries, but the gap even widened between us and our peers from just our experience in the past couple of years in terms of trying to hire people. I think it's definitely exacerbated by COVID, and I think a lot of other departments have experienced in the same thing. So Chair has a second question. What have been the biggest achievement in the past 2 years? I want to say the biggest challenge is also one of our biggest success is that we were able to quickly pivot to enable and support remote workforce, remote learning, remote meetings during the pandemic. The second is we never kept our cybersecurity, eyes off cybersecurity, even with limited staff. So we continue to follow best practice. However, there's still a great deal of work to be done. Also, we were able to leverage CARES Fund to improve our data center and infrastructure. We upgraded, extended our network, wired, wireless, and indoors and outdoors. Also supporting the town meetings and rolled out additional digital services and also triaged over 6,000 tickets annually. And what do you do with unlimited funding? Oh my God. Yeah, so definitely number one on our mind is to build a cybersecurity program with dedicated full-time staff and sophisticated in-depth defense, establish a life cycle replacement of all digital assets. We have a lot of our digital assets that we do have life cycle replacement, but not all. So that would be a dream. And also increase staff compensation for better retention and easier recruit, and also staff adequacy for various sub-programs, GIS, data, document management, and I hear from other departments' presentations that there's definitely a need for a lot of conversion, digitization of plans, and build out an internship program. I think we had an intern before that worked here, and then now he's one of our technicians. So having an internship program really can also help ourselves, in terms of recruiting, but also just bringing new fresh kind of eyes and fresh talents into the department. I think it's really a good thing. Establish a robust training program. I think I heard Anne was talking a little bit about the training program as well. So where do you see the department in 5 years? So realistically, we'll see the department is fully staffed. Hopefully by the end of this fiscal year, we'll be fully staffed. And we'll have enhanced cybersecurity program. If we get the APRA funds that we requested, and also improved operation maturity. We have a really well-run department. Kudos to all the staff. But there's still, definitely room for improvement in terms of operation maturity, and more digital services, more integration between systems, next generation networks and firewall, secure, fast, stable, and right-sized, and a state-of-art IT service management system for more efficient triage, tech support, and customer service, and build out a training program. So with that said, that's my PowerPoint presentation. And let me know if you have any questions.
Great. Thank you so much, Fang. Miriam?
I just have to say, so I got to work with Fung on this, and first of all, just fabulous to work with you. But I really had no idea how much the IT department did, and really how, it just didn't occur to me really the amount of work they had to do in such a short time during the pandemic. Everybody went home, and now all of a sudden everything had to be done digital, over the internet and Zoom. And so I really need to give a special shout out, because I think the IT department did a fabulous job. I think Fang is a fabulous director, and I'm really impressed. And so thank you.
Thank you, Miriam.
Raul?
Thanks, Heather. And Funk, thank you so much. This was really thorough and thought-provoking, I think. The thing that I was thinking about, and I'm hopeful that you can, I think we're going to need you down the road to help us with guidance around spending on cybersecurity. And the thing that I'm thinking about is that there are, multi-billion-dollar corporations that still end up getting hacked. And meanwhile, we also have municipalities that we've heard of that have been hacked in these ways too. So I don't know that we can necessarily ever spend enough to feel secure.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm wondering, or I don't know how you think through how much is the right amount for us to spend, and what are reasonable measures to take to try to make us as secure as we possibly can be, with the understanding that even then, all entities are susceptible to this kind of thing.
That's a great question, and thanks for asking that. So you're absolutely right. You can't spend enough on cybersecurity, and just the example of raising and hiring 15 people all at once, and they're a huge company. So so I think what we do is to follow best practice. And so we build a program. We currently have a virtual cybersecurity program, but needs to be expanded. So basically have all the right controls in place, not only policies, controls, but also the system that monitors and patches and intrusion detection and all of that. So have the defense in depth for our environment. So and also patching is the most important tool, one of the most important tools. So we have, my staff has been doing a really great job patching all the systems. So we actually meet monthly, go over all the vulnerability scanning and the patching and then the issues. So how much is enough? It's never enough, but so what we're trying to do is to build upon what we already have. I think the town has really always, males always a very, have really put the emphasis on cybersecurity. So we have built a program with various tools, antivirus and intrusion detection, firewall, umbrella, and all of that. But so the next step is to, and the one that I put in upper fund request for is to have a sort of an event log management system that can even more be more proactive. Look at all the log information that really needs to be correlated so that we can be proactive. We can identify what anomalies that's in our environment, and then be be proactive. So that's the next tool. It's almost like an onion. You build your layer of defense, and then so that's the next step that we're gonna need. And then we have the IT staff has been really dedicated to cybersecurity. So the message to all the staff members is everybody plays a role in IT, in cybersecurity. And also that message is the same to the entire organization. Because if, all the big data breaches that you hear, right? Most of them is because someone clicked on something, hacker gain access through an authorized user. So that's, user awareness is a huge task. So everybody in the organization plays a role in cybersecurity. So there's more work that needs to be done in the awareness training and all of that, and everybody's cyber hygiene. So so build upon the program we already have and getting more tools. So build out the defense and then have down the road a dedicated cybersecurity analyst that spends time solely on cybersecurity that will help us. Whether whether or not through, I'm not sure how that happens, but down the road that that could be another layer of defense that we add to this cybersecurity program. Yeah.
Just one quick follow-up. Is there cyber hacking insurance as there is sort of fire and flood
Yes,
insurance?
there is. Yes,
Yeah.
there is.
Is that something we have?
I think we should probably talk about that. Well,
It's kind of complicated since we're self-insured.
yeah.
It relates to security too, you know.
Yeah,
we just
yeah.
want
Well,
to-
yeah. So I think because of a lot of data breaches, all the insurance companies now are requiring much higher minimum entry, cybersecurity posture. So that's another reason that we absolutely have to invest in cybersecurity.
Got it. Asked and answered. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
John?
Thanks, Heather. Thanks, Fong. I just want to quickly comment on the discussion of cybersecurity, and then I have a question about a different topic. Just to let people listening know what the stakes are in this. There was a recent phishing scam that hit the city of Quincy pension fund, and a pension fund manager lost $3.5 million just from an email phishing scam. And that's not his money. That's the money that belongs to the pensioners in the city of Quincy. And that money is probably going to have to be made up from taxpayers in Quincy. Much smaller amount, but same idea in terms of the vulnerability of these systems. $102,000 just lost recently in Tewksbury to a phishing scam. And then there was a report earlier today, which unfortunately I've been unable to look up, but there was a data breach, a breach of systems in Massachusetts, somewhere at some level of government, and I'm forgetting which one it was. But the end result is a lot of people who signed up for a loan program had their data stolen, had their private information stolen. So it's not just a matter of money. It's also a matter of protecting the privacy of people who deal with government. And it's real serious. And I'm glad Fung has been so focused on it. My question that's unrelated, can you bring us up to date on the website and the relaunch of the website?
Yes, I certainly can. The website redesign is going well. We, as I mentioned earlier, we were able to backfill Ben's position, the web developer's position. So we now have a new web developer. His name is James Poliat. He and Ben have been working together on engaging. I think we just recently they visited Council on Aging. They did they got gather feedback from them. From seniors, and also with the Disability Committee, and also League of Women Voters, and a few other communities that we reached out to gain feedback from them. And also the website survey is on the town main page, and that was sent out to over 40,000 subscribers. And I don't know if anybody's interested in some of the survey results. I have a couple of slides I can show that like what people like about the site, what they want to improve. So we got feedback from over, I guess, 40,000 subscribers, so right now it's in the process of work. The wireframe, the new design mockup. It's in that stage with the company we use, which is called Civic Plus. So once that mock-up and it comes back, we'll be able to get more feedback from users, and then move on from there. So the goal is to most likely have it rolled out probably right after the town meeting in that time frame. So things are going well on that website redesign, and we take into consideration, the accessibility. So there's a whole plan for accessibility, and also take into consideration of how the website should be designed in such a way that it's a lot easier to read, and also and it's just all all the feedback that we have gotten. So I actually wouldn't mind just share, if you can indulge me, I can share the so here's the oops. So here's the website survey, and here are some of the feedback that we've gotten, on navigation, on content, that and others. So here are some of the feedback from the survey. I hope that answers your question, John.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
We'll try to have an update that delves more into this before the new website goes live.
Absolutely, and I would very much like to have Ben and James to give you a presentation in detail. Yeah.
Great. Just get in touch with Devin when you're ready.
Okay.
Okay. Bernard.
Yeah, I think Raul basically asked the main questions that I had concerns with. But one thing related to that is I see that the cybersecurity person is under the operations director. Is that the proper place for someone doing such an important job? I mean, shouldn't that be sort of a I don't know, division heads? Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Bernard. So we don't have a sort of dedicated cybersecurity person.
Right.
So the operations director is leading the virtual team, and the team is basically made up of staff from in all three groups. So.
But once we decide to spend money on putting this together properly, I assume that that's going to be it's going to have some independent authority and not be under some other division. Or am I missing something here?
Well, I think the needs are, yeah. Well, I think we, let me give you an example of the city of Boston, their structure. So I'm still kind of struggling with where that, if we have funding or if it can be worked into, if we get funding, where that position falls, right? So City of Boston has a cybersecurity program that they have a CISO and they have multiple cybersecurity analysts. But City of Boston is so much bigger than us, so that's not a good comparison. So, and Cambridge has one dedicated cybersecurity analyst. So in our specific environment, we have a program that we built. So we have the needs for higher level, but we also have the needs for a very technical person that can, for instance, like a principal cybersecurity analyst. So I'm still working through that in terms of exactly, what position that we're gonna be needing. So.
Lots of competing priorities and not enough money to go around.
Absolutely, absolutely. But I think we're building upon what we already have, and then we do need additional resources. So.
Excellent. Any other comments or questions? John's hand is up, but he is not present, so I'm assuming that that's a leftover. Okay, excellent. Thank you very much, Feng, for the presentation. Very informative.
Thank you.
Next, we have Ruth Ann Dobeck from the Council on Aging.
Hi, Ruth Ann.
Good evening. Ruth Ann Dobeck, Director of the Brookline Council on Aging and Senior Center. I'm going to screen share my PowerPoint. First slide, please. The Council on Aging's FY23 budget request is for a level services budget. It'll be for $1,010,000. And this restores us from our 10% cuts during the COVID crisis. And in FY22, we got fully restored. And we also had a very important custodian position added. So again, we are primarily 87%, give or take, is for personnel, funding 12 full-time positions and 4 part-time, all doing really direct social services, the majority. And this will continue in FY23. Next slide. The Council on Aging heavily relies on funding from outside sources. Approximately 458,000 comes from private donations, state grants, federal grants, and other kinds of grants, funding 3 full-time positions and 14 part-time. We've been so grateful for the community during COVID, which has stepped up and also continued to support us with donations. Next slide. One of the reasons that we're able to request a level funded services is we're seeking ARPA funding, not only from the town, but other ARPA sources, whether it's federal, state, and local. And these primary areas are our areas of need: food insecurity, transportation, mental health, which includes the needed social work services, projects for social isolation and loneliness, and outreach and support mental health to our Asian community. And of course, technology, the ever important structure for supplies that will keep us hybrid. The Council on Aging has been conducting its meetings monthly since September as a simulcast. And this is because we received borrowed loaned equipment by a patron, and one of our volunteers trained the staff. So we were one of the first boards to go simulcast back in September. But of course, we need the technology to keep us up to date and our sound quality. Next slide, please. The priority of the Council on Aging is focusing on the needs of the vulnerable older adults. And this makes up women who traditionally have not received high incomes and pensions, outlive their male spouses or partners, may be single, and become economically poor in their old age. It's also people of color who traditionally are low income, have health concerns, and have been denied access to many of the health opportunities. It is people whose English is not proficient, and in Brookline, our top is Mandarin, Cantonese, Russian, Spanish provision, although we would hope to be able to translate and provide services in any language that comes to our doors. It is also doing outreach to the LGBTIA plus community. Again, a community that has traditionally not had access to healthcare and has an increased need for mental health services and for social programs. Next are the very old, frailest old. Even the wealthiest and healthy person, if they make it to 95 plus and 100, can outlive their money and become financially poor and have many health problems and family issues. Next are our constituents who live in public housing and have many needs for basic services, and again, can be economically challenged. And then the final group that we are very much in tune are those who are economically disadvantaged, whether they live in their own homes and have increased costs, live in an apartment that keeps going up, or got laid off and needed work and employment and looking for needs. Next slide, please. These groups traditionally have been underserved and denied social services. They have higher cost and health care. And this is a commitment that the Council on Aging has made since its inception to really work with, and we will continue to focus on these vulnerable populations.
Ruth Ann, I apologize for interrupting. Kate, can you please advance to slide 6?
Oh, thank you. In answer to the question regarding what we would do with an increased or unlimited budget, there's two answers. One is for transportation, expanded transportation. This has been a concern of ours for many years, where a lot of our subsidized transportation is dependent on whether it's CDBG federal grants or a state Mass DOT grant, or other kinds of funding, a really steady stream of funding for transportation. And I draw attention for what's going on in our sister neighborhood, Newton, which has really put a lot of money behind their transportation. It started off just for seniors. And last year, it's been funded just a little bit under $1 million and has expanded to giving anyone 13 and over a ride within Newton for a very inexpensive $2 a ride fee. The next expansion would be around the senior center itself. We are at capacity. Certainly at COVID, we were breaking out in every aspect, and the needs of the senior population, the demographics are growing and increasing. And there's a couple of ways of dealing with this. One would be looking at space at Newberry site. The second is the construction at 108 Center Street and their housing, available community space for an expansion. And then the third is just directing the town anytime that there's new community center development to ensure that a portion is directed towards older adults. Next slide, around accomplishments and challenges. Interesting, I mirror what IT was saying, that COVID was its biggest challenge, but then it became our accomplishment. You know, needless to say, older adults suffered and continue to suffer for COVID and all of the mortality that was directed at 75 plus. the needs of people losing jobs and food insecurity and a lot of the things that we discussed. But then it became a pivot experience, and seniors and our staff really rose to that challenge, making our programs and services online and available, teaching people to use technology, getting technology into the hands of those who didn't have it. And even more so, focusing again on those core essential services of food, transportation, mental health, and again, technology access has really sharpened us and kept us focused over the last year. The other issue also mirrors what IT was just talking about, concern around staffing, our professional staff, making sure that our salaries are competitive so we're able to attract and retain people in our field and continue to provide our services. Next slide. Where we see ourselves in 5 years, really looking at having that strategic plan developed. I always bring to this group and others that the demographics are going to stay aging and old for a long time coming. The baby boomers are certainly aging right now, but the next generations are even larger and they'll continue to age. Brookline is an attractive place to grow old, and we really need to see and work on our strategic plan and bringing in services, making sure that transportation, again, is available for all, and focusing our needs on innovation as well and best practices and dealing with the problems facing older adults in the community. Next slide. We always use this opportunity not only to take questions, but really thank tremendous staff, our unbelievable volunteers who, again, I really want to give a shout out during COVID. Yes, many of our volunteers were vulnerable and stayed at home, but then others really stepped up and continued to serve the community by making those calls, delivering those lunches, making sure that people stayed connected and safe during COVID. So as always, we are so thankful for the support, not only of the town, but all of the citizens who make sure that Brookline is a wonderful place to live and grow old. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much for that presentation. Any questions or comments from select board members? Raul.
Thanks, Heather. And thanks, Ruth Ann, for that. I feel like I have many questions and comments, but and I just want to kind of get your thoughts on this. You know, as you're talking, I was thinking about all the other investments that we're working on making around transportation, around, you know, the safety net, around social services, and how we don't always talk about it in this way. But all of these benefit, and in some cases disproportionately benefit in a good way, older adults in our community. It's also a population that if we're lucky enough to live long enough, everyone here is going to end up being a part of, right? So we should be thinking about that as well. Investments in our older adult community are investments for our future and for the future of the folks that come after us as well. So with that said, and I know we occasionally get sort of emails, sometimes from you and from others, you know, with the general sort of sentiment being, we need to do more for seniors in town, for older adults in town. I mean, I tend to agree with it. I'm just wondering, do you think based on sort of the budget you've put in front of us, based on the ARPA request you've made, and as I think I hear about your sort of visioning, and particularly a lot of visioning around transportation and access and mobility, are there things that you would encourage us to prioritize, not in a sort of pie in the sky scenario where unlimited funding, but in a right now scenario where we have constraints on funding, but I think the heart and potentially the will to do more for older adults in Brookline? Are there things right now that if you had to put something at the top of the agenda, would that be transportation? Would that be something else right now?
Well, I thank you for the comments, and I agree that we should be lucky to grow old and have to deal with the challenges and share in the wisdom with all of us. Our priorities, I've tried to articulate, most definitely transportation, and transportation can be looked at not only for the senior population in a broader sense, as a community response. And then specifically, I always have a saying that I may not be able to deal with affordable housing and solve that problem. And even transportation is expensive, but I'll be damned if one senior goes to bed hungry in this community. Right. That's something that we can ensure. We have a strong safety net currently. It's working. We received CARES money to make sure that food insecurity was taken care of. We received a contingency right away, emergency, so that all of our food insecurity is staying on. And that is the priority because it's something that's very doable with a relatively small amount of funding. And then the bigger challenge is around mental health issues. No surprise, the anxiety, the depression, the stress, the health issues from COVID are probably long lasting, more than we would like to see. And those are our priorities, as well as technology, making sure that anyone who wants a tablet or connection receives that. We did a pilot program to make sure that tablets were distributed, and we'll continue to survey those participants and work with it. So there's some small issues that are, with a little bit of money can be solved. And then some of the bigger ones, which is, transportation.
Right. I appreciate that. And also, I know we've been making a lot of investments around public health, and it still sticks with me, what happened during the worst of the sort of the peak of deaths of COVID, and how particularly people in like congregate care facilities, older people, were predominantly the victims there, and how I wish we would have done more during that time. And so I hope, as we think about the investments that we're making in public health, that, I mean, if that's what happens when COVID, sweeps through a nursing facility or something like that, then the same thing probably happens when the flu does, or when something else does. And we just don't really, I don't know that we've been thinking about or paying enough attention to what's happening in those kinds of facilities. And I think we need to get more involved there too. Thanks.
John?
Thanks, Heather. Thanks, Ruth Ann. I have to just let everybody know that I am on the Council on Aging, and happily count myself as part of that group, and also on the Age Friendly Cities Committee. And through both of those committees, I work with Ruth Ann periodically whenever there's a meeting and in between. And this is an amazing department. And one of the things I wanted, Ruth Ann, if you don't mind, to highlight for everybody is the success record that you have in terms of getting grants, and the role that grantsmanship, if that's a good word for it, plays in the success of our local government. I think it's underappreciated by a lot of people that in several of the departments throughout the town, there is a significant contribution to their ability to provide services because of their ability to get grants. Do you want to just talk about that a little bit?
Sure. Granting is an important part of how we're able to keep the municipal budget, relatively stable and not keep asking for more and more money. We're bringing in 459,000 this year in private money, state formula grants, federal money, and we're always on the lookout for funding. It is, part of where I see while there's this push of federal availability of ARPA funds, a potential that, the Council on Aging can solve some of these problems without really burdening the town thereafter. I may be conservative in that way of saying, I don't want to apply for a grant that's not sustainable or start a program that I have to stop. So I try to be really careful with those grants to make sure that it's something that is either sustainable or can be done in short term, but it's definitely the work. And I just also want to give a shout out to the community who supports us generously with donations, our nonprofit arm, and that's an important part of being able to provide high quality services to the town.
Great, thank you very much. Bernard, you'll have to unmute yourself.
Ruth Ann, we all appreciate the incredible work you do, and we'll support you. One thing that I've heard said is that you want to go after grant money so as not to burden the town unnecessarily. And I guess I just want to make the point that every department is burdening the town, and the Council on Aging shouldn't be doing it any less than anyone else. Services to seniors is such an important part of our responsibility that where there's a need, I hope that despite the fact that everyone is fighting for limited funds, that you ask for what is necessary to provide services to the senior population here in Brookline. I think Raul said that we're all going to become seniors at one point. I'm already there. So everyone in Brookline really has an interest in making sure that we provide the type of services and support that seniors will need, whether they're there now or whether they're getting there at some point in the future. So.
Thank you, Bernard. I've always been a passionate advocate and speak very passionately for the needs of the seniors. But again, I am sensitive to what funding needs to go around. And so if I can find money elsewhere, I'm delighted to do so. But I don't think anyone who has known me for many years has ever said that I've been quiet about speaking up for the seniors. So.
And in fact, there was just one situation, I think last year, where we gave money from one program to another when we were voting on CDBG, and Ruth Ann definitely advocated for the Council on Aging and the Senior Center, and I promised that I would do whatever I had control over to make sure that we really elevate the transportation services for the seniors. So I put that in an email to the two co-chairs of the screening panel for the ARPA, along with another few projects that I feel very strongly should be the recipient of the first phase of ARPA funding. So fingers crossed, Ruth Ann.
Well, thank you. And again, I will keep looking for any source of funding to maintain those high quality services.
Great. Let me know if you want a job over at the schools.
Maybe in my next life.
Any other questions or comments? John, your hand is still up. Okay, good. Thank you very much for that presentation, Ruth Ann.
Thank you.
So we will move to a very robust discussion about this year's annual town meeting. We will start with the discussion of the warrant because it closed last week and we should execute the proposed warrant. I got a couple of emails over the weekend with some slight modifications requested. Melissa, I assume that you saw the request of like a word change for the discrimination complaint process, I believe is what we're going to refer to it. And then Jay, who is the petitioner for the two warrant articles, one on 16 and 17-year-olds voting, and then green card holders. He wanted those to be back to back, but I believe that those are in order of each other. Any other changes that came in?
No, so that's the description that is in the index. What I can do is just give you a quick summary of what got filed last Thursday. There are a couple of items that are in front of you. The first is the moderator's request for a remote town meeting. I'd like the board to take that up before we execute the warrant. I don't know if you want to do that now or wait for me to review the warrant before doing that.
Let's do it now. Bernard has his hand up.
Maybe this is for later, because I do have a comment about the use of terminology in the warrant.
Okay, let's concentrate on one thing at a time because we've got like a couple of different components to this conversation. Let's talk about honoring the town moderator's request to do a completely virtual town meeting and keep our fingers crossed that Zoom, especially the voting function feature, cooperates this time. Any discussion before I pose that language to be voted on? Seeing none, I will move approving the town moderator's request for a remote annual town meeting. All those in favor? Bernard?
Aye.
Raul?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
Miriam? And the chair votes aye. Great. Now, Melissa, if you want to give us a summary, and then Bernard, just raise your hand when that issue kind of becomes timely.
Sure. So the warrant closed this past Thursday at noon. We had 35 warrant articles that were filed. So I'll just give the board a quick summary of what you have in front of you. The articles as filed were in your packet. Today, the compiling of that into the actual warrant that gets posted by the constable was also added to your packet, but essentially it's the same, it's just reformatting. So the first 5 are your standard, actually the first 6 are the standard annual town meeting articles: wooden bar, collective bargaining, compensating balances, bond rescissions, unpaid bills, and the property tax exemptions. Article 7 is around the acceptance and granting of various easements related to the high school project around Brington Road and Tappan Street. Article 8 is our budget article. That is the thrust of the meeting, is spent on the budget. Article 9 is an amendment to the living wage as proposed by the Human Resources Department. Article 10 is a request for appropriation transfer from an existing appropriation to fund the development of the comprehensive plan. Article 11 is a request from the retirement board for an increase to the cost of living for retirees in the pension system. Articles 12 and 13, we've revised the index to indicate that it is examining the discrimination complaint process per the request of one of the members of the committee that was responsible for revising the existing bylaw. So 12 is the process, and then 13, there's corresponding references throughout the bylaws that kind of go along with the changes that they made under Article 12. Article 14 is a proposal from the planning department around conditions for special permits. Article 15 is another planning department request around the overlay district on the Boylston Street Study Committee. So this is all the work that John and his group have been doing, the kind of the end results of a lot of that work. Article 16 is another planning department proposal around ground floor use in non-residential space. I'm sure the planning department could probably describe it a little bit better than I could. Article 17 is around the electric vehicle parking spaces. This was filed in a previous town meeting and needed some corrections. So the planning department now has filed a new version of that article. Article 18 is around bicycle parking, also filed by the Department of Planning and Community Development. Article 19 is a resolution from the Transportation Board on Vision Zero Study Committee. Article 20 is a resolution around pedestrian-friendly lighting. Article 21 is a resolution on the Community Choice Aggregation Program. Article 22 is an amendment to the general bylaws around what's commonly called PFAS, which are forever chemicals, I believe. Don't know too much about that, but I did watch that movie that it was about. I'm sure we'll learn more from the petitioners when they come for their hearing. Article 23 is a resolution on athletic field surface task force. And then Article 24 is an amendment to the bylaws looking to restrict artificial turf. So taking the resolution first and then the bylaw after that. Article 25 is another town bylaw proposal to ban single-use plastics. Article 26 is a resolution around Park and Rec Commission and the various functions within the Park and Rec Commission. Article 27 is a proposal. We haven't talked about leaf blowers enough here in Brookline, so we're going to talk about it again. So that's Article 27. Articles 28 and 29 are the voting articles that you referred to earlier, Heather. So we've got 16 and 17-year-old voting under Article 28. They're both home rule petitions. And then Article 29 is around permanent rights for legal residents. Article 30 is a resolution around the Kent and Station Street senior affordable housing development. 31 is a resolution on what's called the big tech proposal that's currently about to be a ballot question. Article 32 is a resolution calling for the end to the U.S. embargo of Cuba. 33 is a proposed bylaw amendment trying to codify the town meeting handbook within our town bylaws. 34 is a resolution around deliberations that occur during town meeting. And Article 35 is a resolution around the town meeting listserv. So that is your warrant, 35 articles in all.
Okay, I thought we were going to top I think the most we've ever had, at least in the time that I've been on the board, were 36.
I like to forget those town meetings, so I don't keep track of what our biggest one is.
Bernard?
Yeah, now Mariah Nabrega raised some issues in emails that address how the complaint process is characterized as not a citizen complaint process, but a discrimination complaint process. There are a number of places in the warrant that I saw where the use of the word citizen or where the word citizen was used. And I think that, those places that don't necessarily refer to the complaint process, the term really should be resident. And we've had discussions in town about, our rights and privileges, et cetera, being something that's not just for citizens of, Brookline, whatever that means, but any resident or any visitor. So I saw that in item 12 and 13, I think.
Yeah, Bernard, I believe that her issue was with the way that it was being described in the index. The article itself, the way that it's filed, is that we can't change that. So we have discretion on the way that we describe it. And I use a variety of staff to help with that. Town council and the planning director, they help me with the index to make sure that the articles are being described accurately.
Yeah, I think it was in the index that I saw it. So.
Yep, and the correction has been made.
Okay, great.
Miriam?
Forget it, as long as the correction has been made, because actually I couldn't find the word citizen within the warrant article. So I would appreciate it, Bernard, when you get a chance, you could point that out to me. But that was one of their issues, is they in fact avoided using the word citizen, and therefore it didn't fit in the title because it is for much more than just citizens. So, but
Okay.
as long as the correction's been made, I withdraw my hand.
Let me just say that I was referring to something that we received around 4 o'clock today. It was the actual warrant, not just the index. And in that document, the word citizen was used in Articles 13 and 12 and 13, I think.
It's probably old language in the old bylaw that will likely get corrected by the committee.
And if not, I bet Neil Gordon will make sure that it is removed. I believe one of his warrant articles
That's
did
true.
just that a couple town meetings ago. Any other comments before we execute this warrant? Miriam.
Yeah, just one more. The PFAS one, Melissa, that's about turf, right? So I just wonder if we should be more clear in the title that that's a discussion about artificial turf. Because I feel like if it's just about PFAS, it's somewhat misleading, but.
There was an artificial turf article and then there's a PFAS.
And then there's
Yeah,
a PFAS article. I see. Okay.
They are two separate
There's
articles.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. See, even I'm confused.
We'll learn so much about them this season.
Oh, yes.
Oh, I already, thanks. I'm good.
Build up that vocabulary, folks, for Jeopardy. John.
For what it's worth, historical footnote, I was going through some old annual reports not too long ago and came across one in which our former moderator, Sandy Gadsby, noted, I don't know, it was like in 2005, something like that, that he was very pleased that something like 10 years had gone by without there having been a town meeting that went for more than 3 sessions. So he, back then they had a streak going, and I think now we've got a streak going, and it's kind of the opposite. But that's okay. Things change.
And something we don't really have control over. Bernard,
that was an accident.
Okay. So let's execute the warrant, and then I will give you an update on my thoughts as to what I know about certain warrant articles and what I think the select board should take up. But let's deal with the actual execution of the warrant before we move on to the specific warrant articles and how it pertains to this board. So I will move the following language. Okay, I move approval and execute and to execute the warrant for the May 24th, 2022 annual town meeting. All those in favor say aye. Bernard.
Aye.
Raul.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Miriam.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Okay, so we have a warrant. So sliding into the next part of the conversation, I got a preview from Melissa for the weekend, and I have been really kind of trying to figure out, okay, how do I apply what I imagined, what I envisioned for us to take a narrower stance on what we would take up as a board. There are a couple of things that I did over the weekend to try to bring down the number of warrant articles, reaching out to petitioners and encouraging them, hey, the select board could just do this. We don't need to go to town meeting for it. So I'm hoping that there are at least 2 warrant articles that happens to, and they end up moving no action. But we won't know for a couple of weeks. So given the list, the warrant articles I would like us to take a pass on. No surprise, wood and bark. That's really advisory's thing. They like to do the alliteration or the puns. I don't really want to steal their thunder.
And I don't have to do it this year.
Yeah. Then everything until basically, geez, Article 12. So that's, Articles 2 through 11 if it's one of our departments, I think we owe it to town meeting to take a position on it. It directly pertains to us because it's one of our either departments or commissions. The one exception is number 10, which is the appropriation for comprehensive plan. But since that will directly impact Kara Bruton, I feel like we probably should take it up. Okay, so going into 12 and 13, and this is all, open to negotiation, folks. I'm just kind of giving the first pitch. So 12 and 13 is CDICR. One is the discrimination complaint process, and then number 13 is more of like a language cleanup. I'm really torn about whether or not to weigh in on at least Article 12. This is a body that was created by town meeting. But I've heard bits and pieces. I have not actually read the warrant article itself. I've heard that they are trying to expand powers to be able to subpoena. And so I've asked Mel Kleckner to engage with our town council to see whether or not that is even possible with a body that is not elected by the public nor appointed by this body. Melissa?
I just want to let you know that I also gave Jean Berg from CTOS a heads up that this is likely something they may want to take a look at.
Yeah. So if CTO&S is taking a look at it, do we wade in? I'm open to thoughts and suggestions. Raul.
Well, a couple of things. Yeah, I mean, I think where we need to wade in is through town council and through our HR director to make sure that whatever gets approved by town meeting is consistent with the rest of the processes that we have and the law and all that. There are probably going to be numerous amendments proposed to this. I honestly see a whole lot of back and forth going on this one all the way up until town meeting, and having us involved as part of that process, I don't think really helps clarify anything for anyone. I think it can only muddy the waters. I think anyway. So for all those reasons, I think this is one where we're either we maybe don't need to weigh in, or we can decide at some future date if it makes sense for us to weigh in.
Okay, Bernard.
Yeah, actually, I agree with Raul to some extent, or I think his point is valid. But this Article 12, as I understand it, having read it, raises so many really critical, important issues that the select board may want to just make sure that its views are made known. Now that that's just my opinion, but I think that. And I can see the other side. I just think that, so many important issues, dangerous issues are raised by this warrant article that the select board should just add its 2 cents to the discussion.
Miriam?
I'm gonna to say that I think we need to revisit it a little further down the line when we have a better idea of what it is we're actually looking at. I just feel like you're right. You're both right. There's going to be a lot of changes. And at some point I might want to say something, but at least right now, I don't know what I would be saying something about. So I feel like this one should be tabled and brought back for potential discussion, depending on what it ends up looking like.
When would it be brought back other than the time that we normally have our hearing?
We can schedule the review at the end of the calendar, so that way you can react to any kind of proposals that are happening. We usually schedule a lot of the planning articles until after the planning board is weighed in, so we can make sure that this is at the end of the order as well in terms of select board review.
Yeah, it's a scheduling issue, and I agree that's probably the best way to go.
Yeah, I think, this cake needs to bake a little bit longer. I'm hungry, sorry. And so we should probably, if we are going to take this up, we should probably take it up towards the end of April, once some of these factors are a little more known. Okay, excellent. So we will kind of leave in this ambiguous, but likely undecided. I think because 13 is general cleanup of language, I don't expect that to be controversial. So if members are comfortable passing on that, then Articles 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 are all planning and community development sponsored. So we should probably take those up. Now we start to get into the resolutions. So 19 and 20, those are two warrant articles that I'm trying very hard to do something that is within our control before they get to town meeting so that the proponents move no action on those two warrant articles. But, rightfully so, the petitioners kind of want to make sure that we actually do what we say we're going to do. So hopefully over the next couple of weeks, we can address those two issues, especially in light of even more pedestrian injuries. Raul.
I mean, you know how I feel, but for the benefit of the board and the public, I mean, this is the Vision 01 in particular. If this is something the transportation board wants, this is something this board has already discussed. I see no reason to wait until the end of May to decide to make it happen. I think this board can decide alongside the transportation board, and wherever that falls, wherever it lives, I feel confident we can work that one out and get that work moving more urgently than waiting until the end of May to do it.
Yeah, but full disclosure, when I had talked to Mel a couple of weeks, maybe even months ago now, about a proposal like this, we had planned to use ARPA, and we do want it to be considered along with all the other proposals. I have personally ranked it very high. I've sent that request to the two co-chairs, and I'm really hopeful that we will get a favorable result. But more to come once that process plays out.
No comment.
I'm not lobbying you directly. Okay, so then the community choice aggregation program, I think we do need to take a position on. I think that is something that we do actually control, right, Melissa? We put that out to bid.
So the current program, I think that the town administrator is currently engaged with the sustainability director on kind of what the parameters of a new program would be and whether or not going out to bid is the right course. So I think that's still in flux.
Okay, so maybe one of those, like, we'll put it off to the side, likely, but it needs to be baked a little bit more, and we'll put it off to the end when we know where things stand. Then with PFAS, I don't know what to do with this one. My gut tells me that it's not going to be all that controversial at town meeting, but I could be mistaken. Miriam.
So the PFAS is related to turf, right? The PFAS is a chemical found in turf, in artificial turf, excuse me. And so both of these warrant articles are really about addressing artificial turf. Right? My real issue is Driscoll. So we had a very, and the petitioners of these warrant articles will argue today, tomorrow, until next week that they did not know about the public process, but there was a public process. The families and community of Driscoll was very clear that they wanted artificial turf because of the constraints of Driscoll's size, because of its location, because already the kids haven't had a playground for years, and this will put off a play space for them for yet another 2 years. The budget's already set for artificial turf, and Driscoll is not grandfathered in these warrant articles. I think it's in the second one. And so that's my issue, right? We need to deal with Driscoll. This will have cost implications. This completely runs roughshod over the community engagement process that happened at Driscoll. It absolutely doesn't take into account what the Driscoll families and the principal and the community at Driscoll wants. So I don't know how to deal with that. I mean, I didn't know if we have to do an amendment, but to me, that has to be addressed. I just don't think two people get to make the decision for this community where there was a public process just because they didn't know about the process.
Okay.
I'm a little, we had a big meeting with them. We brought everybody in. We went over every public meeting. We had parents come back in and say about how much they wanted this and it's just frustrating.
Yes. Bernard?
Yeah, well, it does relate to the artificial turf, but it's also a separate issue that impacts, in particular, apparently the fire department. And I think this board really has to take this up as a separate issue in terms of the potential cost, as well as the cost in terms of firefighter health and morale, I guess. But so, if I understand what Marion's saying, I mean, yes, it does relate to the turf, artificial turf, but it is a separate issue that we have to struggle with independently.
John?
Yeah, it can be very frustrating, when circumstances change and views change, but that's kind of what's underway here, is the recognition of PFAS as a critical question for us globally going forward is growing. It's growing by the day, it's growing by the year. Clint Richmond, who is one of the moving forces behind the PFAS article, I remember hearing him start to raise this a couple of years ago, and I'll be honest, I didn't know what he was talking about. But the more I became educated about it, the more I realized he's on to something. And I believe it was just this week that some part of the UN issued a report raising the awareness of this issue as a global environmental issue. And yeah, it's too bad that it comes along after the decision was already made about the turf at Driscoll. And to be honest, it probably won't change the decision about turf at Driscoll. Maybe it shouldn't. But let's not write it off as something for Brookline to take up and to take a stand on going forward. It's right up there with a lot of the very crucial issues having to do with the future of the planet. It's a chemical that people believe has been responsible for all kinds of possible threats to health. And it's everywhere. It's one of those things that just gets into the environment, and it's everywhere.
Miriam, and then Raul, I do have a comment.
I just want to clarify. I don't have any problem banning PFAS. I want us to talk about a grandfathering in Driscoll. The second warrant article grandfathers in the existing turf fields, right? It doesn't make us change out Skyline, Florida Rough and Ridley, right? I just feel like we need to grandfather in Driscoll. I don't have any problem banning PFAS. I now know a lot about PFAS. It's not a good chemical. I totally on board with that. But I think we have to balance a lot of other things when we talk about banning turf altogether.
Raul?
Yeah, I'll just say briefly that I think we're all going to learn a lot about PFAS. If not for the reasons John mentioned, at least for the reasons that Miriam did about Driscoll and Bernard did about the firehouse, the fire department, then we should probably take it up just to weigh in on the considerations that about the entities that we have some control and oversight over.
My comment on this, the reason I didn't really know what to do with it is because the Green Caucus is very well organized. I assume they have the votes to pass something similar to this. I understand it's a bad chemical. You won't have too many objections on this board about whether or not that statement is true. Um, and even setting the whole Driscoll question aside, when we're banning chemicals like this, it's very hard to enforce when you're doing this at a local level. This is a statewide ban kind of thing, so that there's some sort of oversight authority with a much bigger agency. I just think this is the wrong level of government to pass that kind of public policy. So let's put this in the bucket of we need to know more information before we make a decision as to whether or not we're taking it up.
I'll just add, if I can, real quick, I think you're probably right about what you said about this should be addressed at a higher level, and also it's probably going to pass at town meeting, so we should also probably make sure that we have input into what what it looks like when it does pass. So anyway.
Okay. Oh dear. Okay. Do we want to wade in on the athletic turf, like explicit to warrant articles? I kind of don't.
I mean, I do.
Oh. How do others feel?
I think it's a quagmire, but I guess we can't really duck it in terms of the athletic fields. I mean, it's going to be a hot button issue, and going to be a lot of fighting. So we might as well figure it out and weigh in.
Okay. So we're going to take a position on
that's my opinion. Okay.
Well, I mean, that's two. Just needs one more. John, how are you feeling?
The capital budget, just to take one example, I believe includes some millions of dollars for restoration, replacement of the fields at Skyline Park. One way or another, they're either going to be artificial as they are now, or they're going to be natural grass. But that's the kind of money that, if we're going to make a decision on this, we got to make it soon, because we don't want to wait till the day after we put $2 million worth of artificial turf down there to decide it should have been, natural grass.
I think Skyline's grandfathered.
So maybe it's getting late and I haven't had my cake yet. So was that for taking it up as a select board?
Yes, but I acknowledge Miriam's comment, which maybe Skyline was grandfathered, so maybe Skyline's irrelevant to this. But I think we got to take it up.
Okay, so we'll take it up.
I'll bring you a cake.
Skyline is also on the budget docket, so you're going to be taking a position on whether or not you want to fund it before you even get to this article.
Lots of moving parts. I'm so glad we have you, Melissa.
And by the way, is Don's Field also grandfathered? Okay.
I guess they just wanted to stick it to Driscoll.
All the existing turf is grandfathered, and they are trying to, in fact, prevent Driscoll from being turf, artificial turf.
Okay.
And any future artificial turf, which frankly, that's fine with me. I mean, Driscoll is, to me, it's had a complete community engagement process that we would just be, there's so much more at play at Driscoll than just yes, no artificial turf.
The problem that we're going to encounter is you can take things away in a warrant article, you can't add. And so I don't know whether or not you can do an amendment that would grandfather in something that doesn't already exist in the current language of the warrant article as filed.
Isn't that taking something away though, for taking Driscoll away?
But you're adding additional language that doesn't exist in there. I mean, It'll be an interesting interpretation
See,
for
Scott
sure.
Ananian, where are you?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Raul has his hand up.
Sure. No, I was just gonna say, I was just thinking of pointing out that the only way that the board's position on this matters is if we're united as a board in a position.
Mhm.
I think a split board does nothing for no one. It's, well, these folks think it's a good idea, these folks think it's a bad idea, and what's town meeting supposed to do with that anyway? In this case, I think you need at least a united or a strong majority 4-1 board that would fall one way or the other for people to even bother to listen to what we have to say.
Well, this does affect one of our capital projects, i.e. the Driscoll School. Am I correct in assuming that all of us would probably not be favorable to compromising a project that is near completion? Anyone think that they could be persuaded to vote for this warrant article as a at-large town meeting member on the floor of town meeting? John?
I think it could come down to maybe a smaller part of the field being artificial and a larger part of the field than in the present plans being natural. I mean, a lot of this comes down to what are the really, really heavily used play areas that can, if it's natural grass, it can just get trampled to dirt. But, where there are opportunities for natural grass, it might be that the mix of the artificial areas and the natural grass areas changes somewhat.
So I guess I'm gonna disagree with that statement. There has been public process. The designer designed it. Doing anything other than what is proposed will cost this project money and time. Any change at this point. This is not a negotiation. So are we united? I guess we don't really have to decide that tonight, but I think Raul's point is a good one. It really is only worth us taking a position on this if we're unanimous. Miriam?
I'm just going to remind everybody, we already have a $5 million change order for Driscoll for the geothermal wells.
Yeah.
So this will continue to blow the Driscoll budget up.
And we actually, because we use that card, we can't even go back to the state and adjust the budget again.
Right. And the TURP the contract's already been, it's already been contracted. So there will be a cost to break the contract. There will be, there's lots of, just to keep that in mind.
So think on that, John. We'll put that to the side for right now. Let's keep going down the line. Single-use plastics. I don't think that will be too controversial. I think that this will probably pass easily at town meeting. Anybody feel strongly that we should take a position as a board? Melissa?
I would recommend that if the ACPH comes out strongly, that you may want to take it up. Because I think, we need to understand from an enforcement perspective what's required. And I think maybe we could react to that.
Okay. Bernard?
Yeah, and I think we also need to know what, and maybe it's in the warrant article that I haven't read, but what are they referring to as single-use plastic? I mean, that covers a lot of stuff that it may raise issues of enforcement as well as other practical issues. So.
Okay, let's see what the ACPH does, and then we will revisit when we know more. Okay, so the next one is an article about the general bylaw pertaining to the Parks and Recreation Commission. I believe that this is kind of a two-parter, one to address subsidies for families We don't fund like the entire cost of some of the programs. We only fund like 20 or 30%. I know, you know what, Melissa, why don't you weigh in?
I just wanted to let you know that this is another one that I also gave to CTONS to consider because it's about restructuring kind of the Park and Rec Commission, and wanted them to take a look at it as well. So potentially you could get feedback from them before you took it on.
Yes, so the second part of the changes being proposed is the configuration of the Parks and Recreation Commission. Now, I don't know this for certain, so we're having town council check into it. I was under the impression that that was dictated by state law, so I'm not even sure that we can, as town meeting, change it. So CTONS, I think, is appropriate to take a first look at this after our town council weighs in. Any other comments from select board members? I know that Mel and Melissa are working to try to address fully funding the scholarships, which is one of the two asks of this warrant article. So hopefully we'll have more to report on that aspect of this warrant article. Okay, so now on to Article 27, leaf blowers. We have taken this up not only as a select board, but as a community multiple times. I don't think that we need to spend more time talking about leaf blowers. We're going to be subjected to that on the floor of town meeting. Anyone else? Okay. So 28 and 29. Trying to come up with parameters as to what I think that the select board should weigh in on. We weigh in on stuff that's sponsored by our departments, or things that directly affect our departments or capital budgets or whatnot. There is a lot of gray area, as we've just kind of discussed. For the filing of warrant articles that we have already filed at previous town meetings, where the select board was the sponsor of the 16 and 17-year-olds. I championed it. I have no reason to think that the State House is going to pass that measure now when it didn't pass it before, very recently. And the green card issue would be, I think, the same. So I'm inclined to take a pass on this as a select board. We've all been on the record for at least the 16 and 17-year-old issue. We were either on the select board or town meeting members. You are free to sign up to speak on these warrant articles. Just because the select board doesn't take a position on it. What do people think about what I just described? – 16 and 17-year-olds apparently was the first time we ever got death threats at town hall.
Okay. From who? Their parents?
No, people outside of Brookline. Okay. So moving along to okay. Ooh, this one I'm really torn. It's Article 30. It's a resolution regarding the Kent Station Street Senior Affordable Housing Development. So one of my very first assignments when I got elected to select board was to chair this committee. And the warrant article was a resolution, and it said we were going to look at the air rights about building senior affordable housing above a town parking lot and preserving the parking. And trying to preserve parking is very costly. So this warrant article is proposing to sever the requirement to preserve the parking. This is a select board initiative. I personally am gonna abstain just because I'm too close to this project to be objective. But how do other select board members feel about weighing in on this? John?
I guess just generally speaking, this does not feel like the way to go about determining the outcome of this question to me. So, I think that we've got to kind of dial back and say, if we think there is going to be a future of housing development on parking lots, is this the right parking lot for such a development? What are the limits we're going to spend per unit to subsidize to make it happen? And what are the other available parking lots where we might do such a development? I think that's a more comprehensive approach to it that might get us somewhere than this particular resolution, if I'm understanding the purpose of the resolution.
So that's a good analysis of the warrant article, but the conversation tonight is really about whether or not the select board should weigh in on this warrant article. So given what you just said, do you think the select board should take a position?
Yeah, I think we should take the position that this is not the way to go.
I think we're going to have a divided board if so I'm not sure we really want to take a position if it's going to be 2-2. Raul?
Yeah, thanks, Heather. I'm a little confused about who the warrant article or the resolution is directed to. So who is it urging to sort of relieve the project of this requirement around parking spaces?
So
Which body?
There is a body that I have been chairing that contracted with a developer. We selected Two Life, and then we got stuck because they came up with a subsidy that was like in the millions of dollars, and then COVID happened, and it's just gone up, and nobody knows how to come up with the amount of subsidy that they have said that is necessary. I know that there are a lot of people who wanted to see this project happen, and they're frustrated that it hasn't happened. I believe that this is their attempt to try to keep that project viable. And so what it would do is we would essentially have to put out a different RFP. It would be a different project. And then we would get a different proposal and something that hopefully is more affordable for us.
So that committee that you chair is a committee that was created by this body.
Yes.
Select board.
Yeah.
Well, I think this body needs to give direction as to where that committee should be going as much as town meeting does. I mean, it's so and maybe you're right. Maybe we end up with some 2-2 vote with you abstaining, and that doesn't help us get anywhere. But I think if that's a committee that essentially reports to this board, we should be giving it direction.
It's tricky because the resolution that was passed at town meeting in 2016, really made a big deal about preserving the parking. And that's why it sailed through town meeting, because it didn't really have to make any tough choices. So the select board could tell that committee to say, you know what, ignore that resolution. It's too expensive. That would have been political suicide. So I'm actually a little relieved that somebody filed a warrant article, because if town meeting was the entity that put this in our laps, I think town meeting needs to be the entity that tells us you're not allowed to, or you don't have to account for that part of the project.
I'd like to weigh in on that as a board.
Okay.
Because it really impacts some things that are very important to this board, economic development in that area. The businesses in that area, the impact on them, as well as, just the general principle of, do we take away parking in an area where, there's a big demand for it? I don't know.
So again, I'll just reiterate that if the board does not take a position on a warrant article, you are free as, an at-large town meeting member to sign up to speak
Yeah, got it.
on the pro or con. We can certainly take this up as a board. I've said that I'm going to abstain. It looks like it's going to be a 2-2 vote on this matter. What does that really accomplish? But maybe that's exactly what the message that we want to send to town meeting, that, people are divided on this issue.
Well, wouldn't it also accomplish telling town meeting the concerns that we have as a board? The impact that this will have on, for example, the business community in that area, which is a concern of this board, and maybe, town meeting doesn't really think about that.
Well, I assume the advisory committee will certainly capture that in their subcommittee and full AC hearing. You can certainly voice that. I mean, your concerns are not going to be the concerns of everybody on this board, right? So
Never are.
So the summary is basically a summary of why 2 people are for it, why 2 people are against it, and why 1 person abstained.
I think the most compelling argument you made, Heather, was town meeting did it. If town meeting wants to undo it, let town meeting undo it. That's pretty compelling.
Okay. John and Bernard.
I'm fine with that.
Okay. 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 So we're in the home stretch now. Resolution regarding opposition to the big tech ballot question and calling for an end, and then another warrant article calling for an end to the US embargo of Cuba. These are really, I think, for town meeting to decide. I'm not sure the select board weighing in on this state issue and then this other international issue. Anyone feel strongly that the select board should weigh in on either subject? Okay. Okay, and then the last 3 warrant articles, because 36 doesn't really count, is all town meeting related. And because it's really town meeting related, I don't think that it's necessary for the select board to weigh in. So one of them is codifying the handbook, which the handbook, I believe, is the sole discretion of the town moderator. The other one is, the deliberations, the transparency. We kind of had this fight about the WhatsApp. I think that that's what this is getting at. Again, has nothing to do with us. And then the TMM email listserv. Boy, when I was the president of the TMMA, we looked into that matter, and it's more challenging than I think people understand. But we will hear all about it at town meeting. Anyone want us to weigh in on those articles? Okay.
Just let somebody try to tell me who I can WhatsApp and who I can't WhatsApp. Good luck with that.
Right.
Good luck with that.
Town meeting is not subject to open meeting. Period. End of sentence. If you want to change it, run for the State House. Any other comments on this issue? So we have some to be determined when we know a little bit more. We have some absolutely because they directly affect us and our staff. And then some that I think we're leaning towards weighing in on. And I hope that Melissa took really good notes.
Yeah, I think what I got was Article 1, Article 12, Article 22, and then 27 through 35. But I'll summarize that in an email to you tomorrow, just to make sure that we're all on the same page.
Great. Okay. Thank you very much. And then I'll be in touch with to check in with you about which articles you want to watch. And yeah, we'll try to divide and conquer. So we can, you know, when it comes before the select board, it's a well-oiled machine. Okay. Last thing on our agenda are board and commission appointments. So Advisory Council on Public Health. We had a number of interested applicants. It was a very, very difficult decision. And I want to thank Patricia Marr, who has been the chair of this body through a very difficult 2-year period. She will be stepping down this year. So we will miss her. So I will list 4 names that we will be considering tonight. And before I call a vote, I'm going to pause to make sure that everyone is okay with the names that I offer. So the first name is Charles Homer, MD, MPH. He would be a member and begin March 2022. James Perrin, MD, FAAP. He would be a member beginning in March 2022. Andrea Epstein, RN, MPH. She would be a member beginning May 1st, 2022. And Leonard, oh boy, Jacobatis, MD, MPH, affiliate member. He would be an affiliate member to begin March 2022. We established the roles of affiliate members so that we are not scrambling to try to recruit public health members. And I think that that's been a pretty good process so that there's some continuity. Any comments before? Oh, Miriam.
Yeah, I'm just going to say that I think Sigal had commented all of the candidate, and I think it's worth my commenting too as a public health person, all of the candidates were really fabulous. And this is a win-win. We couldn't go wrong no matter how we picked, but the idea was to fill in the skill sets that we needed most to round out the committee. So I just think that's helpful framing.
Yes. And there are plenty of ways to get involved if people want opportunities. So reach out to me directly or take another look at the website, board and commissions. I think there are like 95 plus boards and committees and commissions. So something for everyone. Raul.
Yeah, I just want to point out that just that the board should keep an eye around gender diversity on this particular board. And I know we did get, I'm looking at the reminding myself of the applicants that came before us. And so, you know, I'm glad that that Andy is going to get getting appointed here, but just especially with Pat, maybe it looks like rolling off the board at some point, just when we have the opportunity to make appointments, just thinking about gender balance here.
Good point. Okay, so the names and the terms I just outlined, all those in favor? Bernard?
Aye.
Raul?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. And then last, but certainly not least, Preservation Commission. There is one name to be reappointed and one name to be appointed for a 3-year term expiring in 2023, the reappointment of Peter Kleiner, and then Richard Pansiera for a 3-year term. Any questions or discussion before I move those 2 names for the Preservation Commission? Okay. So I will move the reappointment of Peter Kleiner and the appointment of Richard Pansiera for a 3-year term expiring in 2023. All those in favor? Bernard?
Aye.
Raul?
I'm gonna abstain.
Okay. John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. I believe that that is our business for tonight. Thank
Time for
you.
cake.
Yes, time for cake.
Oh, well, look here.
Time for bed. It's
I
time.
know.
Whatever. Good night, everybody.
Good night, Joe.